Assembly to order. Welcome, everyone. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton?
Here.
Ms. Solotel?
Here.
Mr. Dunbar?
Here.
Ms. Kennedy?
Here.
Ms. LaFrance?
Here.
Mr. Peterson?
Present.
Mr. Constant?
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Here.
Mr. Dyson? Here. And Mr. Rivera is excused. Sorry. Ms. Anderson?
Present.
Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Rada, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Item 4, minutes of previous meetings. Madam Vice Chair.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular assembly meeting of October 9th and October 23rd.
Second.
Okay. Asking for unanimous consent. Is there any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the minutes of October 9, 2018 and October 23, 2018 are approved. Item 5, Mayor's Report. Mr. Mayor, do you have anything to report?
Nothing at this time. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 6, Assembly Chair's Report. On behalf of Mr. Rivera, he wishes he could be here today, but he is flying back from Los Angeles right now after attending a summit regarding the 2020 census and getting out the count. Mr. Rivera also wants to remind members that we have a long couple of Fridays ahead. What with an extended Rules Committee meeting this Friday to review draft goals, the Assembly policy and procedure regarding communications, and more. He thanks everyone for their patience. Okay, we are now on item 7, committee reports. We'll go ahead and go down the dais, starting with Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a busy time for the Audit Committee, and we heard a report on the CAFR report, and it seems like everything's in order, and we were pretty satisfied. One of the issues that has come up is all the boards and commissions who are subject to a sunset provisions. Not all of them pass their conclusions and recommendations on to the Assembly or the Mayor. And our leader, Mr. Rivera, has inquired and is in the process of asking that all of those reports and recommendations come to us. And we have several audit reports up before us tonight, and we'll discuss those later in the agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Perez-Verdia on the phone, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I don't have anything to report. I'll let my co-chair of the Homeless Committee give an update on that committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Election Committee will be meeting tomorrow at noon at room 240 in City Hall. We're going to be getting a report from a committee that's been working on ranked choice voting, and we'll also be discussing a couple other items that are old business from previous agendas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee met this last week and had a briefing on the Solid Waste Services rate plans, their master planning, implementation, and construction of their new transfer station, and the possibility of a new energy system that they're happy to bring forward to us in the near future, have a conversation about. And also, we had delivered to us the Ascent and Northern Compass Group report on the overview of the port modernization plan and strategic recommendations for directions forward. They are seeking comment on that report. The report is available up on the items of interest at www.muni.org/assembly and also at the committee page. And they're taking comment through the 4th of October and looking forward to finalizing that in the next month.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Ms. LaFrance. We met last Friday, September 20th? We had a joint Health Policy Committee and Public Safety Committee meeting with regard to the on-site consumption ballot proposition that we're considering. And I thought it was really helpful. We talked about a lot of public safety and health issues, and we'll have a work session on this on October 4th where we'll focus on the actual language of the proposition and potentially any legal questions or other things that come up.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Community and Economic Development Committee meeting, we have a meeting scheduled not on our regular meeting day, but on Wednesday, October 2nd, and that's at 9:30. And that will be here in City Hall, so not in our regular location either. But we have several items on the agenda, mostly dealing with marijuana establishments. And if Mr. Weddleton, my co-chair, would like to comment, then I will leave that open to him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start by apologizing that I won't be present for the Rules Committee meeting or the work session on Friday because I will be serving in the Army National Guard. The next public safety meeting will be October 2nd from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall. Our topics will be a report on white-collar crime and fraud that was requested by Mr. Dyson. And in addition, I believe for the first time in the history of the municipality, we're going to have a report and discussion on the topic of missing and murdered Indigenous women. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Committee on Homelessness met on September 18th. Of particular import is we are currently taking questions for a frequently asked questions page we're developing. So if you have questions regarding homelessness, the process, how it works, please get in touch with myself or my co-chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia. We're trying to get a resource together to answer those most frequently asked questions. We also received an update on the civil emergency with regard to homelessness services and report that there would be no request for an extension of that time. And finally, we got a small update on emergency shelter and how it's rolling out, which seems to be on process as the days get colder. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Weddleton?
Nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Anderson?
Nothing to add, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. We are now on item 8, addendum to agenda. Madam Vice Chair?
Let's see. I'd like to move to incorporate the addendum and the laid on the table item that we have before us.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Constant?
And Ms. Clerk, Madam Clerk, is this the time for laid on the table items? So I have an additional item I'd like to lay on the table.
Okay, Mr. Constant?
So do I read the title in? Okay, so what I am laying on the table is an ordinance for consideration that will make some slight amendments to the plastic bag ban in response to the substantive feedback we've had in the first week of its implementation. The title of it's an unnumbered AO at this time, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 1595-020, prohibition of providing or distributing plastic shopping bags, fees for alternative bags, exceptions to clarify that retail sellers are not required to provide alternative bags, but must charge a fee when they do, to exempt certain businesses from the fee when providing alternative bags, and other minor modifications. I have as a co-sponsor of this Ms. Kennedy and also the mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Madam Clerk, does this item require any further action, or can we proceed to vote on the motion?
ask that it be incorporated in the addendum that we're incorporating and delayed on the table items.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant is asking that it be incorporated, and it can be incorporated, and then if any members want to pull it, if it was pulled, then it would need a motion to introduce and a second and a third.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we may proceed with voting, asking for unanimous consent. Again, this is to move to incorporate the addendum and laid on the table items to the agenda. Is there any opposition? Oh. Okay. Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Any objection?
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Okay. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this item passes, and we have now incorporated the addendum as printed and distributed and laid on the table items, including the item provided by Mr. Constant to the agenda. Okay. Okay. We are now on item 9, consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 9A through 9F are typically routine or non-controversial items, at least in theory, such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. So the items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Before approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion of that item and for separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we will now go down the dais, and each member will pull any items. We will start with you, Mr. Dyson. Is there anything you'd like to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9, Echo 2, 9E3, 9E4, 9E6, and 9E7. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. That was 9D, Delta 3 and 4, and then 9 Echo 2, 6, and 7?
Negative.
Oh.
No deltas, no Ds.
Okay.
All E's. 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7. In
Okay.
the Echo E
Okay.
section.
9 Echo 1, 3, 6, and 7.
And 4.
And 4. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Do you also want to pull 2, 9 Echo 2?
No.
Okay, got it. Just checking. Thank you. Mr. Peterson, are there any items you wish to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would pull item 9A3 and also 9D10, which I want to set for a public hearing.
9A3 and 9E10?
D, 9 Delta 10.
9 Delta 10. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 9F11, 9 Delta 10. Oh, that was just,
9F.
was that just pulled by you? Okay, great. And 9 Delta 16.
Okay, 9 Delta 16 and 9F11. Ms. Kennedy, are there any items you wish to pull?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
I'd like to pull 9 Alpha 2 for reading.
Okay.
That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Zelatil?
No additional items, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. Mr. Weddleton, any items?
9A1.
And I believe that item, 9A1, has been pulled by Mr. Dunbar already?
No, I pulled
No.
9A2.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Now we got them all.
Okay, 9A1, Mr.
Somebody else did.
Weddleton. Okay. Ms. Anderson?
No additional items, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let me go over this again. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If no one has yet pulled 9F14, that is the money that goes with the Beans contract, which is 9D10. We'd like those two, in some ways, to move together, but more particularly, 9F14 requires a public hearing, and we would prefer to address that item as quickly as we can. And so rather than setting it for a public hearing on October 8th, the administration's request is going to be to request a special meeting so that we could address that as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Falsey.
That's interesting.
Okay, Ms. Zolotil, you will pull 9F14?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, are there any items you wish to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have no items to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Okay, so for items pulled, I have 9 Alpha 1, Mr. Weddleton, 9 Alpha 2, Mr. Dunbar, 9 Alpha 3, Mr. Constant, 9 Delta 10, Mr. Constant, 9 Delta 16, Ms. Quinn Davidson, items 9E 1, 3, 4, 6, and 7, Mr. Dyson, item 9F 11, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and item 9F14, Ms. Zolotil. Are there any other items members wish to pull? Okay.
I don't know why I'm reconsidering. Madam Clerk, did you tell me to pull 9F11? Is that or did I? I think that might have been an error, but I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah, I think that was an error. I apologize, Madam Chair.
So Ms. Quinn Davidson will take off item 9F11. You won't pull that item?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Vice Chair, could we get a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items.
Second.
Okay. Asking for unanimous consent? Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Any objection? Okay. Seeing and hearing none, this item passes. Okay, for the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, and 9E other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for future public hearing, which includes all items in 9F. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, that item is now complete. We'll now go through the pulled items. We have before us item 9A1, resolution number AR 2019-322, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Bliss Cruz for 9 years of public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Is there any discussion on this item?
Oh.
Are you ready? Members may proceed to vote, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdia. How do you vote? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
The only way is yes.
Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 11-0. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading. This is a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Bliss Cruz for 9 years of public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Bliss Cruz began working at the Municipality of Anchorage on January 11th, 2010 as the Delinquent Collections Officer 2 Supervisor within the Treasury Division of the Finance Department, and after 5 years, Bliss was promoted to Principal Administrative Officer in charge of the Revenue Management Section. And whereas, under Bliss's leadership, municipal revenues were further diversified by establishing an $18 million in new revenue from marijuana sales tax and fuel excise tax. And whereas Bliss's leadership earned a Group Merit Award in 2018, and during her full municipal career, Bliss and the 2 groups she supervised posted major accomplishments in the following areas. 1, collecting over $20 million from permanent fund dividend garnishment and other collection actions. 2, newly registering Airbnb to collect room tax. 3, implementing a new room tax database system focused on paperless processing and online filing. And 4, revising numerous policies, procedures, and business processes to tighten operations and increase operational efficiency. And whereas Bliss's special skill set included 1, an extraordinary ability to quickly connect with people across the spectrum. 2, a willingness to always offer help to others. 3, fearlessness in taking on new major challenges. 4, an unbending work ethic and a deep commitment to all her major endeavors in life and career. And 5, a contagious zest for life. And whereas Bliss's decision 4 years ago to follow her dream of attending law school resulted in her graduating in May and taking the Alaska Bar in July. And whereas, after 9 years of distinguished and highly productive public service, Bliss vacated her municipal position earlier this month to begin a 1-year judicial clerkship. Now therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Bliss Cruz is recognized and honored for her contributions during her 9-year career with the municipality and for her service and dedication to the municipality and residents of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of September, 2019.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to just say that I've really enjoyed my time working at the city, and I'm grateful for all of the opportunities that I received and the support, especially during the last 4 years attending school, and I'm definitely going to miss working with everyone. Thank you very much.
Actually, we have a question for you, Ms. Cruz. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I have a question here. Having read this, it says contagious zest for life, and now you're a lawyer. Was this a misprint?
Well, I'm not a lawyer yet. I still have to pass the bar, so we'll see on October 24th. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Sorry about that.
We now have before us item 9A2, resolution number AR 2019-335, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Lori Brumfield for 12 years of exemplary public service and dedication to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion by members? We will proceed to vote, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdia. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. The motion to approve resolution number AR 2019-335 passes 11-0. Who is reading and who's presenting?
I'm reading, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly honoring Lori Brumfield for 12 years of exemplary public service and dedication to our community. Whereas Lori Brumfield began working at the Municipality of Anchorage on May 14, 2007 as a collections assistant in the Treasury Division of the Finance Department, and on June 9, 2008 advanced to the position of Collector SME in Treasury's Delinquent Criminal and Civil Fines and Fees Work Unit, DCF, and whereas Lori's work in the DCF unit included implementing and administering the CourtView database used to track and collect delinquent cases, and her widespread knowledge of the court-ordered fines and fees process helped with the collection of millions of dollars from delinquent debtors for the direct benefit of the Anchorage Police Department. And whereas Lori was promoted to supervisor of the DCF work unit on September 28, 2015, where she and her staff of 4 collected approximately $6 million in annual revenue. Lori also initiated and managed special projects, facilitated multi-agency task force meetings, attended district court hearings where she represented the municipality, and acted as chair of the RFP committee to choose a new third-party collection agency. And whereas Lori's individual effort and her contributions during her tenure with the municipality were formally recognized on several occasions during her municipal career. And whereas Lori spearheaded a special collections campaign in 2017 that helped recover hundreds of thousands of dollars in delinquent criminal and civil fines and fees. And whereas, after 12 years of public service, Lori officially left employment with the municipality on June 8, 2019. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that Lori Brumfield is recognized and honored for her contributions during her 12-year career with the municipality and for her service and dedication to the municipality and residents of Anchorage, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 24th day of September, 2019.
Madam Chair, I just want to let you know, thank you very much for reading that. Lori actually relocated with her family to just outside Cleveland, Ohio a couple months ago, but we definitely appreciate all the years we had with her, and I really appreciate the recognition on her behalf. So thank you.
Thank you. Would you identify yourself for the record?
I'm sorry, I'm Dan Moore, the City Treasurer. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. We now have before us item 9A3, Resolution number AR 2019-335, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring John Rada for his 45 years of public service with the municipality of Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Okay. We will proceed to vote, starting with Mr. Perez-Verdia. How do you vote?
I vote yes.
Thank you. And one correction, Madam Chair, this is actually AR number 2019-343. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Members may proceed to vote. Resolution number AR 2019-343 passes 11-0. Who is reading and who is presenting?
I'll be reading.
I think we're all presenting, all right?
Yep, and we'll all go down when I'm done reading. So this one's going to be a long one, John. Stand by.
Oh, my God.
A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing and honoring John Rada for his 45 years of public service with the municipality of Anchorage.
This is awesome.
The Anchorage Assembly resolves, whereas John Rada began his public service career with the municipality of Anchorage in 1975 as a facilities manager for the first Ben Boeke Ice Arena, the success of the rink spawned the construction of a second indoor facility, the Sullivan Arena, for which Rada was hired as operations manager in 1983. However, his recreation facility management in Anchorage actually began when he was first hired as a contractor to run the Anchorage Sports Arena in the mid-1970s. And whereas John excelled in his public service career and was instrumental in the development of the Dempsey Anderson Ice Rink in 1983, followed shortly after by the 1984 opening of the Fire Lake Arena in Eagle River, which he went on to manage until 1997. And whereas during the mid-1990s, John became president of the local Arctic Winter Games Host Society and brought the games to Chugiak Eagle River in 1996, and using residual profits from the event to create the Chugiak Eagle River Foundation. And whereas, since the mid-1990s, John has served in various director positions in both Anchorage and Eagle River and has been repeatedly recognized for dedication to the highest ideals of our municipality and his efforts to make parks and trails safe and enjoyable for Anchorage residents and visitors. And whereas, as director of one or more of the Parks and Recreation Service areas, John effectively led and advocated for unique public-private partnerships that allowed private companies to utilize park property in exchange for building public park facilities, such as Loretta French Park, a McDonald's Center expansion, the Beach Lake Chalet, the Pena Park parking lot remodel, South Anchorage Sports Park bike park, and numerous inclusive playgrounds. And whereas John has strategically and successfully utilized diverse funding approaches throughout his career, such as in the Chugiak Eagle River implementation of a 1 mil tax levy to fund local park projects, and in Anchorage, he restructured the MOA Parks Bond by diversifying projects across the entire city, applying bond funds for immediate turnaround of project development, typically within 1 year of voter approval, gaining new confidence in voters as evident by 7 consecutive successful Anchorage Parks Bond votes. And whereas, to improve the cleanliness and safety of the parks, John revamped the maintenance operations into 10 district maintenance zones operation, allowing the maintenance staff to respond more efficiently to local needs. Taking care of existing assets has always been a guiding principle for John and his loyal team of park ambassadors continue to carry out his vision long after park closing hours. And whereas John has continually explored ways to care for parks and recreation property more efficiently, and in 2015 he upgraded the Harry J. McDonald Recreation Center ice rink to a new CO2 refrigeration system with remote monitoring. This new system resulted in a more efficient, environmentally sustainable ice rink with over 40% cost savings. And whereas John's extensive historical knowledge of Anchorage parks and recreation assets will be missed, but through his years of mentoring others, his legacy of taking care of what we have and striving to make parks places to work, live, and play will live on through his staff and the youth, employment, and parks future leaders. And whereas John has many interests outside of his municipal life that he will now pursue at a more leisurely pace, which includes spending more time with his family, enjoying cabin life out at Big Lake, growing his already expansive collection of baseball team windbreakers, and golfing whenever and wherever his travel takes him. Whereas after 45 years of public service, John officially retires from the municipality on September 30th, 2019. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Assembly resolves that John Rada is recognized, honored, and thanked for his years of effective, professional, and distinctive public service with the municipality and the citizens of Anchorage and its communities, passed and approved by the Anchorage Municipal Assembly this 24th day of September 2019.
Everybody squish in. Get your shorts. Wow.
Famous words.
Make a speech, John.
That was a long read.
Lost for words. Thank you. You know, it's been a pretty amazing career. Mayor, all of my friends and cohorts, my staff. I can't imagine. One, I can't imagine not working. It's kind of one of my downfalls, I think. But I can't imagine all the things that you may have said about me that were not really me. They were about all these people. I'm just one. I have been blessed with some phenomenal friends, co-workers, administrations, people who have mentored me, people who have let me do what I love to do. But it's the people who are out in the field, on the ground, that deal with the public every day, that make things happen. They deserve a huge amount of credit. It's been a passion of mine since growing up here. I love sports, and thank you all for wearing jerseys tonight. I'm the one odd guy out that didn't wear one, although I do have my Arctic Winter Games thing on. I know, I saw that. But I want to thank everybody. I want to thank all the people that make this community a great community. The work that you do, the work the administration does, the challenges that everybody faces on a daily basis, the gratification of having something good happen, to see people smile when they're in a park. Lots of people don't, and we try to improve that. Public facilities are meant to be public. We have a lot of unfortunate things that happen in parks that we struggle with, and it's not avoidable. But again, these are the people that take care of those problems. I'm just one. On behalf of myself, my family, who has given up a lot, I will tell you, over the years. I didn't know this was coming, otherwise they would have been here. I'll probably hear about it when I get home. But on behalf of everybody, I appreciate the recognition. I will continue with Arctic Winter Games. It's something I'm also very passionate about, and I look forward to the next chapter or chapters of my life. So thank you all very much, and thank you all for even bringing it up as Bill did the other day, and Lance brought it up. You all wore shorts, and that's awesome. Thank you again.
Don't go anywhere, John.
Thank you, Mr. Rada, for your many years of service to our community. We've got a couple members who would like to speak. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Two things. I've, through my years of community service, come to realize that our parks are the barometer of the health of our community. And we have, for a long time, misplaced a lot of our effort, I think, as a city when we've not invested in our parks. But the string of the last many years of the community really diving in and saying, we believe in this, is much a credit to you and to the community, that we are tackling the hard problems that our parks continue to show us that we have yet to resolve. And so I thank you for that hard work. All of the very upset voices I have coming out of my neighborhoods are generally because the parks are now revealing the difficulty we have, and you've been a leader in that and fixing that. And so I want to express my gratitude that really all of your staff and you are kind of the combat medics of our civil society, and that you've been working hard to keep us together at the seams, and I'm grateful. And I would just note that it's not just your staff. We met at Fairview Lions Park, 7 o'clock on a Saturday. There was no one else but you, and you showed up with the key and unlocked the gate to make the thing happen that had to happen. And so as much as it is a credit to your staff is a credit to you. You've done the work, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks, John. So as long as I've been involved with community issues, you've been there, and it's been amazing. And parks have always been huge thing. I mean, the reason I'm here, I moved down from Fairbanks, and I wasn't very impressed till I discovered our park system, and now I'm 30-something years and haven't left. But, you know, a real tribute to your work really is your staff is very, very good. And I'm sad to see you go, but I'm confident we're in good hands because you've built a very good team, and that's very important for Anchorage. So thank you for that.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. John, thank you. I mean, really, there's not a good way to say thank you, and especially here tonight. It's really hard to figure out how to say thank you for all the years. And I think what I've been most impressed about is you've seen the good and bad side of what Anchorage has to offer sometimes, and but you always deal with things with an amazing amount of patience and with a lot of wisdom. And I think, you're a bit of an institution in this community, and I'm really proud that you're part of the Eagle River community and that you get to stay there and we get to kind of keep you. And I know that you've got an amazing legacy there as well, especially with your involvement with Arctic Winter Games, and you kind of raised that to a more visible platform than I think we would have been able to do, than anybody else would have been able to do, and you did that, and you're going to continue in that world, and I appreciate that. So I'm just really thankful to have you as part of Eagle River. That I know you're going to be busy being retired, so we know you're not really going anywhere. You just get to stand back a little bit and maybe give a different perspective. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just hope you enjoy all the new golf courses you're going to get to play as you travel, and hope you hit them straight and all the putts go in.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, well, thank you again, Mr. Rada, for your service.
Thank you very much.
We now have before us item 9D10, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 603-2019, sole source contract with Beans Cafe to provide emergency shelter services in an amount not to exceed $444,333, Real Estate Department.
Madam Chair,
go ahead.
Can I move to change the order of the day to take this up right before 9F14?
Okay.
Let's just do it.
Okay. Ms. Zelatil, would you speak to why you would like to change the order of the day?
So that the administration has some time to get some clarification on when they'll need action, perhaps by on both those related items of 914 and 910, or I'm sorry, 9D10.
Okay. Please proceed with your motion.
Madam Chair, I move to change the order of the day to move 9D10 directly before 9F14 for purposes of giving the administration time to determine when they will need action on those items by.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, this item passes. We will move item 9D10. This motion passes to move item 9D10 directly before item 9F14. Okay, so you're on 9D16, right? I don't have. Where is it? Is that on the agenda? Okay. We now have before us item 9D16, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 632-2019, Salaries and Emoluments Commission Appointments.
Thank you.
What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
Madam Vice Chair, would you speak to that?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is the administration has some changes they would like to make to this, and they'll be bringing it back to us.
Asking for unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this item has been postponed indefinitely. Okay, we are now, which item are we on? 9D16. We are now on item 9E1, Information Memorandum Number AIM 122-2019, Sunset Audit Report 2019-S1, Urban Design Commission, Planning Department.
Move to approve.
Accept. Move to accept.
Move to accept.
You move to accept.
Second.
Okay. Mr. Dyson.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Schutte, would you come up for a second? The audit found nothing amiss except that there's been an outstanding item of revising some of the language here, considering the membership and the qualifications. And this came up in the audit 3 years ago. And I understand you have a process going forward that'll fix this, and you care to speak to that, sir?
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. That's correct, Mr. Dyson. There currently is an effort underway to modify Title 21 to include qualifications and membership numbers of all of the zoning and entitlement-based boards and commissions, including Urban Design Commission.
All right, thank you. We'll look forward to that, and that will take an assembly action, correct?
Through the chair, that is correct. It exists currently in municipal regulation. The recommendation from the auditor was to move it into municipal code, and that's the process we're doing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schutte. Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant?
Hey there, would you do me a favor and include me in your kind of contemplation of how you're looking to structure this commission? It's been kind of a hot topic in a number of areas of the community that I'm in conversation with. This one in particular, lack of structure, is creating some interesting challenges in terms of who's on it, how and why. And so I would love to be part of that.
Through the chair, if I may respond to that, the effort that was requested by the auditor was to fix the number. I think specifically what you're referring to is the conduct of certain boards and commissions, and this is certainly one of them that could benefit from additional commissioner training, which is a service that we provide for all of our boards and commissions as new members come on. Some of them need refreshers.
Yeah, there's that, sir, and I would also add that there's no kind of general qualification or specific qualifications. There's no seat for this or that function, and there might be some room for having some expertise involved. And so it's more than just how they do their business, but it's also who's invited to the table.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any further discussion on this item? Okay. We will now vote on to accept item AIM 122-2019. Mr. Perez-Verdia is no longer online, so members may proceed to vote. That item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 9E3.
Move to accept.
I need to finish reading the title, actually. I was turning the page, sorry. Information Memorandum Number AIM 124-2019, Sunset Audit Report 2019-S3, Chugiak Eagle River Advisory Board, Municipal Clerk's Office. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. As chair of the audit committee, this one produced a little cognitive dissonance. I have wanted the boards and commissions to have some scrutiny. You remember a couple years ago, we found significant issues with the Public Safety Commission and got their attention, and I think they're functioning quite well. At first glance, it appeared that this board had not been operating much and had been a bit sloppy in their record keeping and their membership and so on and so forth. So I recommended that we extend them for one more year to give some time for them to rectify it. The board has been very valuable at times. It's a bit ad hoc. It rises and operates when there's a need. Operates a little bit like Halo up on the hillside as a comprehensive for our 5 community councils and so on. But then we subsequently found out from Debbie Osander, an honored member of this assembly for many years, one of my heroes, maybe one of the finer Homo sapiens that we've ever had in Alaska. And she wrote a significant rebuttal. And her perspective was that they have used Parks and Rec's recording system for every one of their meetings, and have kept minutes, and those have been turned over to local officials, and that they had requested of the administration to appoint and reappoint members of the group. And certainly there was some evidence that there was a breakdown in the communication, the paper trails, and resulting actions. And it's not, I believe those are well on their way to being solved. So I believe my cohort would ask for an amendment to what we have before us.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, if it is appropriate to amend a memorandum such as this, then I would like to move that we amend this memorandum on the line that talks about, that says we recommend that the Chugach Eagle River Advisory Board be authorized for 1 year, that we change that 1 year to 3 years.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, the Sunset Audit AOs will be back before the body on October 8th, and that will be the time to pass any amendments to the time period on the boards and commissions. These are just accepting the audits. These motions before you are just accepting the internal audits.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we will return to this item on October 8th. Okay, any further discussion on accepting AIM 124-2019? Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. Item AIM 124-2019 passes 9-0. We now have before us item 9E4, Information Memorandum number AIM 125-2019, Sunset Audit Report 2019-S4, Bidding Review Board, Purchasing Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve or accept.
Second. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. Part of an ongoing effort of Ms. Chadwick, the head of the internal audit, we would like to reduce the auditor's work and the burden put on some of these boards. Happens to be this board is very important, functions very well, and what the report is recommending, that Mr. Chadwick and I agree on, is extended to a 5-year period, I believe, and this, therefore, not have to have it, face the sunset thing every 3 years. This is a process I think is worth continuing to see about extending these and working down the workload. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. And just to confirm, Madam Clerk, we will have this item before us on October 8th as well?
That is correct.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. So this item, the audit, will come back before us?
We'll accept their audits.
Madam Clerk?
Through the chair, Mr. Dyson is correct. You're accepting the audit here, but the AO on the sunset audit, it was introduced, I believe, in the internal auditor, Mr. Chadwick is here. I believe it was introduced in June, and then the AO that is the renewal of the Board or Commission, that will be before you at your next meeting on October 8th.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are there any other questions or any more discussion on this item? Okay, we will proceed to vote to accept item AIM 125-2019. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 9E6, Information Memorandum Number AIM 127-2019, Sunset Audit Report 2019-S6, Municipal Women's Commission, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I only pulled this one to call attention to something that the audit called my attention to. In the Women's Commission, amongst their strongest and more definitive reports and recommendations was that we worked to significantly reduce the backlog of rape kit processing, which still amounts into thousands. And that's an issue that I pushed for the last 2.5 years, and previous assemblies were not able to muster the initiative to do something more about it. This spring, the administration, with my appreciation, said that they were going to come up with the money for a lab technician for at least 6 months that would help to work down this backlog, and not only in rape kits, but other kinds of assault where the DNA processing helps with the prosecution. So far, sadly, that's not happened. But this report from the Women's Commission started me to realize that some excellent work by these boards and commissions never reaches us. So our chair is working to get all of their reports and recommendations to get to us. And, by the way, the mayor sometimes hasn't been getting them. So Mr. Rivera is taking a heroic effort here to get us all who are in a decision-making process informed. So I have no objection to this. Apparently they're doing excellent work.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Is there any other discussion on this item? If not, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 9E7, Information Memorandum Number AIM 128-2019, Sunset Audit Report 2019-S7, Housing, Homeless, and Neighborhood Development Commission, Anchorage Health Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second.
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. The auditor, who, by all intents and purposes, does a great job for us, picked up on the fact that this commission is supposed to supply a report to us in June of every year, and that has not happened. I have no evidence that they're not doing an excellent job and working hard on things that all of us care about. But it's worth noting for us, and it's actually valuable for us particularly, but for them to have that report. So I'm calling it to your attention and hoping that that will get rectified soon.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Yeah, I had one of the members of the commission who's also a constituent reach out to me with the same topic and asked for advice on how to get this report rolling. And so I just suggested work with the staff and tell them you don't know what to report on and make that your report, which would be a fine start to getting the conversation started. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We are now back to item 9D10. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 603-2019, sole source contract with Beans Cafe to provide emergency shelter services in an amount not to exceed $444,333.
I believe the motion is moved to postpone, and we had been in discussions of hosting a committee meeting on the 4th.
Ms. Zelatil?
I move to postpone until our meeting of October 8th, and once the motion's seconded, I'd like to speak to the motion, please.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you. The purpose of this postponement is that while emergency shelter is a critical piece of the municipality's response to homelessness, especially when temperatures drop below 45 degrees, there are several public health and safety issues that arise from adding up to 166 individuals to the Brother Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe campus. I would request that before the Assembly takes action on this item, several questions should require answers. To get the answers to those questions, I propose a special meeting of the Committee of Homelessness to be held on October 4th at 9:30 a.m. The questions I have, I will read into the record, as well as I welcome any other questions members may have. The additional purpose for getting a chance to ask and answer these questions is this is a sole source contract. First question is, was a detailed budget created by Beans Cafe for this contract, and if so, can that budget be shared? Number 2, were alternate organizations or alternative locations considered? If so, who are they and where are they? Number 3, was this contract discussed with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, knowing that many people using the service will be experiencing mental health issues, addiction, and medical issues? What service providers will be coordinating with Beans Cafe to ensure that the needs of the individuals accessing the shelter are met? Number 4, what are the requirements or restrictions for individuals using this emergency shelter? Are the guidelines and rules exactly the same as for Brother Francis Shelter? Number 5, what, if any, coordination has occurred between Brother Francis Shelter and Beans Cafe to address the following issues? Security of Beans and Brother Francis campus, specifically addressing issues of when individuals leave the facility after check-in or go to unmonitored spaces to ensure that contraband is not brought into either facility or used in either facility. Intake processes for shelter for Beans and Brother Francis Shelter, including the times the doors open, who can be admitted, and when shelter ends the following day. Shared campus rules, morning release of individuals when day shelter is not provided at Beans or Brother Francis, and potential neighborhood impacts, additional ones, including off-campus impacts such as trash, and what are the impacts of adding up to 166 additional individuals to Beans Cafe for shelter. Strategies to keep calls for service to APD and AFD for Beans and Brother Francis campus at current or lower levels. And finally, number 6, knowing that members of the Assembly have been working all summer on identifying emergency shelter options and communicating with providers across Anchorage to develop comprehensive coordinated solutions, why has this proposal never been mentioned at the Homelessness Committee, and why is this a sole source contract developed in coordination with our community homeless service providers? Was it developed in coordination with our other community homeless service providers, or only in consultation with Beans and or Brother Francis Shelter?
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Falsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we would like to introduce for the Assembly's consideration just the effect on the timeline. And so if they're willing, I'd like to have Robin Ward speak to what moving this item to October 8th would do. There are 2 companion items here. The first is the memorandum that would approve the contract, but the contract has no money to pay the contract yet. That's the 9F, I believe it was 16 item. That requires at least 7 days notice before it has a public hearing. Our request had been to move that to a special meeting to happen as soon as possible. So that would be October 2nd or October 3rd. And Ms. Ward can tell us how we expect the timeline to unfold if there is an approval either after that date or the October 8th date.
Robin Ward with the Real Estate Department. Through the chair, if this passes, Beans will take approximately 30 to 40 days. They can prepare for this, but they cannot hire and train staff until they know that they have a contract and there is funding for it. So right now we anticipate, if it is approved on the 8th, the very soonest that they could probably begin accepting clients at night would be the 8th, somewhere between the 8th and the 15th of November.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. We may have a few questions for you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The Homelessness Committee has been in discussions to create a special meeting on the 4th. That's the day that we can do it. And I don't think we're going to be able to budge before that because it's really not fair to the public or to us as members of the Assembly that we've already appropriated $400,000 to Brother Francis Shelter. We're on the verge of appropriating $443,000 to Beans Cafe, and we don't have any structure in place that tells us that there's management, that there's coordination, and in fact, what we only have is that more money is going to flow to them. And so it's a very important consideration to this body that we meet and discuss the terms that we expect to come out of that place, that just granting them a bunch of money is a continuation of the policy that got us to where we are. And so it's reasonable to contemplate moving the date earlier to the 4th because we've already been working to have a meeting on that day, but any earlier than that, and it really puts the cart before the horse. And so I would offer that we can talk about moving it to the 4th, but I don't know how we could get it earlier than that and still have a meaningful conversation about what's going to happen with those dollars. We're up to the point of $1 million a year now, out of nowhere. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you. Ms. Ward, why, if this is a sole source contract, why is it coming to us just now? Why the time crunch? I don't think that there was any, why the time crunch? I feel like we've been put a little bit behind, behind. And I understand your concerns about the time crunch, but I'd like to know a little bit more about that.
We have been looking at this for probably the last 6 to 8 weeks and looked at an alternative. We actually looked very closely at the Stolt building, actually leasing one level of the Stolt building and actually providing and operating it ourselves under a contract with Securitas. When we looked at both of the alternatives, Beans actually was less per night, per person, than operating it ourselves. And we hadn't even gotten to the point of negotiating a lease on the Stowe building. But the cost of operating that, especially, as I said, with Securitas, that was the quote that we got, was higher than actually having Beans take the whole entire contract, providing all of the operations, an evening meal, and providing the mats and the bunk beds.
Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, go ahead.
Yes. So last December, when we were able to establish a contract with Beans after an unsuccessful RFP that went out, where we worked very closely with all the different providers to come up with an alternative solution, that was not successful. Beans was able to come to the table to provide this critical service. And then immediately following, once we had that contract in place and we started working, we started looking at different buildings. We've looked at lease options in different parts of town. We've looked at other buildings that potentially could be purchased, but we just don't have the resources to do so. So at least since January, I know that we have looked at multiple alternatives. In the last 6 to 8 weeks, once we managed to get through the emergency process and that whole experience, then we had to start putting this one together. If we hadn't had significant state budget concerns and emergency, which pretty much consumed all of my time, we would have probably started this process much sooner. But once we were in that other situation where we were looking at just foundational shelter as a crisis, that really detracted us from being able to do the things on a timeline that I would have preferred to do it. So I just wanted to add that.
So if I understand correctly, you said October 2nd or 3rd, so we're just saying on the 4th. I don't have any objection to, it would be up to the chair if there would be a special meeting of the assembly called or not. And if the members feel like that would be enough time to digest the answers to those questions, I think that while I understand the concerns about the time constraints, I want us to enter into such an agreement in a very thoughtful and informed way. And partly, I want to also make sure that there's time to get answers to all of those questions that I just read into the record, as well as, and give the other members, a chance to ask additional questions if they have them. I don't take it lightly the impacts of adding 166 individuals potentially to that campus, especially if there's no day shelter provision where we may be releasing approximately 300 people all at once onto Third Avenue. It's very serious public health and safety concerns, and I think that's the role for the municipality to play and for us to be informed about. So I thank you for the information, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. I would add that I would expect that the questions that were just read will be emailed tomorrow morning, so everybody has an opportunity to review them through the clerk so that you understand the nature of the input that we're seeking. These questions aren't questions mostly for the administration to answer. In fact, they're questions for the contractors who we're now generously paying to provide the service to tell us what their plan of operation is. And so without that, I don't think it's a fair burden to put on the neighborhood, and I think we're setting ourselves up for failure if we don't at least begin the process of publicly hearing from them what it is they're doing differently. Otherwise, we're going to compound this problem, not fix the problem. And so, again, I would offer that if the chair is amenable and she is here, if we were to set a meeting on the 4th after the committee meeting, so the committee has an opportunity to sit and really sort through these items, that's splitting the difference between the 2nd and the 8th, and that's pretty close.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question for the clerk, sort of logistical question. So we've just had a motion to postpone, or we're currently debating a motion to postpone until the 8th. The public hearing for the F14 item is also set for the 8th. Can we take it up at a special meeting before when it is currently publicly set?
Through the chair, you do have a motion to postpone on the floor until October 8th for this item. Someone could make a motion to postpone to a different date, if a motion to amend to postpone to a different date if you would like on this item. As far as the item that I believe is 9F14, that item was pulled. And I believe one of the reasons that it may have been pulled was to change the public hearing date. So that is yet to be decided.
Very good. Can I ask a quick follow-up to that, too?
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
For the makers of the motion, so just so we're clear, we want these two things to go in tandem, and we think that one public hearing is enough, right? Because we're just moving to postpone this. We're not setting it for public hearing. So we'll do the public hearing on 9F14 on whatever the date that is, and at the same time, we're going to pass this without a separate public hearing, which I think is totally acceptable. I'm just making sure that we are all on the same page.
Deliberate, not pass. Maybe pass.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, thanks. So what is the connection between 9F14 for $200,000 and this for $440 something?
So the $200,000 that we used to pay for the first and second quarter of the Brother Francis contract for emergency that we did on July 31st to replace and continue operations of that organization came from that pot of money, which was for emergency shelter. And so we can't actually move forward on any emergency shelter contract with anyone else until that money is replenished.
So I'm sorry, so when you say Q1 of 19 of this year? The first quarter, or do you?
It's, I guess it's the state. And we were just I'm sorry, it's not state. It's just July 31st. It's the third and fourth quarter of this fiscal year. There was a $100,000 payment and another $100,000 payment, and we used that account as the fund source.
So this is part of that $440,000 commitment?
It is not, yeah, it would be.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's my understanding that we used Beans Cafe for an emergency shelter last year as well, but it was 100 beds, so this would just be an additional 66. Is that correct?
That is correct, through the chair, Mr. Peterson. They are allowed with their staffing up to 150, but on very cold, extreme emergency conditions, they could go up to 166, which is the fire-approved number.
I see. And so we would only be adding an additional 66 people that would be possibly crossing Third Avenue compared to what happened last year.
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Okay, Mr. Constant?
Thanks. Just to respond, only 66 people compounded on top of 100 more people, on top of 240 more people, on top of all the people in the woods surrounding the area. And none of this, if we rush this through, we'll have an opportunity to go through any community councils that are affected by this decision. And so we're essentially, I'm likely to support this because we have a human interest that has to be dealt with. But what we need to do is ensure that our contractors are willing to provide us with their policies that are going to protect the neighborhood, protect their clients, protect their own interests. And that's what this very short delay is about. So then I would move to amend the amendment to postpone it to the 4th, and hope someone would support me in that.
To the 4th?
Yeah, because we have a special meeting on the 4th set up for the committee to do an investigation of the responses. And so we've already discussed putting it on the 8th. They're asking for the 2nd because it might take 4 to 6 weeks for the contractor to ramp up, and they're not going to do that until they have some surety. And so I'm asking for a couple more days, but not the full package.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it, but I have a question.
Mr. Weddleton seconds. Okay.
I'm not sure I support it, and partly because, directing this to Mr. Constant, so you have constituents who have seen this one that's kind of been put out for the 8th, that funding. I mean, do you have people want to talk about this?
I'm sure they will, if I might, Madam Chair. The funding was just on the addendum, right. The end of the day, and I didn't even understand it until this morning when I had an intensive conversation, because it looked like 200,000 additional on top of the 443, on top of the 400. And so it took me some time to understand what's going on. I haven't had a chance to reach out to them and tell them, hey, this is the plan. And so I'm happy with the 8th. But I don't think the administration is, and I think their concerns are germane.
And you can get word out in response from constituents by the 4th.
Have you heard of the 3rd Avenue Radicals? Yeah, it's not a problem. One email and everyone knows.
All right,
thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And given what you just said, Mr. Constant, as the maker of the motion, and Ms. Zolotel as the maker of the original motion, why not the 1st, Tuesday the 1st? I mean, typically we do our meetings on Tuesday nights. Is there a particular community council that needs to meet in the interim? Because having a special meeting where we take action on a Friday morning is a little bit unusual. And then just speaking for myself, I know I have community councils on Wednesday and Thursday nights. We typically don't have community councils on Tuesdays because that's usually when we do our business. So why not move it until Tuesday night, the October 1st.
Mr. Constant, would you like to respond?
Zolotel's in the queue. I have a response, but I'm sure she has a similar response.
Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Mr. Dunbar. Part of the reason is I want these questions thoroughly vetted and looked at. I want to give the providers an opportunity, if they don't have these plans in place, to have a conversation with one another and get these plans in place if they're willing. I think to simply rush this is ill-advised, because we need a chance for not only the providers and the administration to take a look at these questions, but to get that public input and comment. And one of the ways to do that is when something goes out as a notice of a committee on homelessness, we seem to get really great public input, also to Mr. Weddleton's point. So I want there to be time to gather the information, present it in a thoughtful way, and then have a chance for us to also get additional questions together that other members may have. I do realize the late nature of the request of the postponement, so I want to make sure there's time to really contemplate and think about this.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Any further discussion on the motion to postpone to a special meeting of October 4?
I move to amend the motion to the night of Tuesday, October 1st. Although, it's sort of dependent on the chair regardless. I mean, we can postpone it, but, but I mean, in terms of setting a special meeting.
She can do that right now.
Okay. Well, I make a motion to amend to the night of Tuesday, October 1st. Second. Thank you.
Mr. Constant.
I object only insofar as this week is already full and booked, and you're talking on Tuesday, just a couple days from now, from basically a full calendar through Friday. And so then there's no time for us to reasonably contemplate responses to the questions, let alone for them to have time to dig into the questions and develop a substantive response. 3 or 4 days is meaningful for us.
Can I respond to that?
Mr. Dunbar?
So the people you want to respond are the administration, right, and the providers?
Primarily the providers.
Is there anyone from the providers here that could tell us if they can formulate a response by October 1st versus October 4th? And it's obvious, I mean, you know this. I mean, obviously, it's not only that Tuesday night is our typical night, it's also that, there's snow on the mountains right now, and we do want to get this moving forward. Is there anyone here from the provider community that could speak to this? That's frustrating because we were on the agenda to pass this potentially tonight. Can the administration speak to this? I mean, is there an appreciable difference between October 1st and October 4th?
I would offer, while we're waiting, because they're obviously conferring to come up with an answer, just that we've been waiting since June for a conversation about licensing of these operations. There's, except for the work that Ms. Zalatil has done, no movement on the administration side. We've granted $400,000. That money is burning, it's being spent, and there's no appreciable change other than their operation is well-funded.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I believe, Mr. Falsey, were you in the queue?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't think there's any difficult mathematics here. The sooner you pass it, the sooner the shelter could stand up. If you give us 3 earlier days, it happens 3 days earlier. If you give us a week later, it happens a week later. Our concern is just that it's getting cold, and that the longer we delay, the further we're into the season where there may just be no room in the inn.
Thank you, Mr. Falsey. Ms. Zalatil?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just add that I have a meeting set on October 1st in the evening to meet with people with lived experience, and I hope to discuss this with them at that point as well. And I think that's an important perspective that we should miss out on, and I don't have a lot of avenues to get that feedback, so that existing meeting that's standing that day from 6 to 8 p.m., I would really like to attend and hear from those folks as well, because they're unlikely to show up and give public testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Ms. Brous?
Through the chair to Mr. Dunbar and to Ms. Zalatil, I think in the interest of determining a date, the administration feels that some of the questions would be directed at us, and we are capable of responding to those questions in pretty quick order. A couple of the questions that we have heard so far tonight are of the providers involved, and we would want to engage them in that conversation to make sure that the answers provided to you are appropriate for the questions and also in agreement with what the administration has been working on. I think we can probably agree that the timeline difference between approval on October 1st and October 4th is, I hate to say negligible in this sense because of the fact that it is getting colder, but the ability for us to activate a contract that is approved by the body on the 1st or the 4th is essentially the same. So if you would like to continue to discuss, I leave that to you.
Thank you, Ms. Brous. Seeing no one else in the queue, we have a motion before us to postpone this item to a special meeting of Tuesday, October 1. Members may proceed to vote.
This motion failed, 3 in favor, 5 opposed.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
I would remove to schedule a special meeting, or move to postpone this item to October the 4th. Okay. Just the amendment failed. Thank you.
Okay, is there any discussion on the motion on the floor to postpone this item to a special meeting of October 4? Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0.
Vote on the main motion. Gotcha.
Okay, so that was to amend it. Okay. We're going to back up a step here. The clerk advises me that that last vote was actually a vote to amend the previous motion to postpone the item to a special meeting of October 4. And so now, if there's no other discussion, we'll vote on the main motion to actually postpone that item to a special meeting of October 4. Members may proceed to vote. That item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 9F14, resolution number AR 2019-341, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $200,000 of area-wide general fund balance to the area-wide general fund as a contribution and appropriating said contribution to the miscellaneous operational grants fund 261010, all within the Anchorage Health Department for emergency cold weather sheltering. Public hearing set for 10/8/2019, accompanied by Assembly Memorandum number AM 634, 2019. What is the will of the body?
Madam Clerk, do we need to move to approve or just move to set the public hearing date for a new date?
Madam Clerk, would you advise?
Set for public hearing.
Yeah.
Yes, through the chair. This item was pulled. You need a motion to introduce, a second, and the third will allow you to set it for a public hearing, and then we need to know what the date of the public hearing would be.
I move to introduce and set public hearing date for October 4th.
Second.
Okay, this item has a first, a second, and a third. Okay, and that completes the consent agenda. Chris, do you know what
We have the commission appointment.
for Austin?
No,
That stuff.
not a good, right?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and take our scheduled dinner break for 20 minutes. We'll come back at 10 till 6:55.
Get our heads together.
We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 582-2019, Planning and Zoning Commission Appointment, Radhika Krishna, Mayor's Office. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the table for this item?
There is no motion pending.
What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion on this item?
She's here. Maybe we could have her stand up and be acknowledged. Okay, there we go.
Any questions from the body? No. Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 11B, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 591-2019, Executive Appointment, Ken Kohlhaus, Hayes Project Management and Engineering Director, Human Resources Department. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the table?
Madam Chair, there is no motion pending.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 11C, Resolution Number AR 2019-304, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary use and license number 4350 in the I-1 Light Industrial District for Coyote Santo, LLC DBA St. Coyote Restaurant and Lounge, located at 135 West Diamond Boulevard, Suites 111, 120, and 121, within Martin's Industrial Subdivision, Addition Number 1, Tract 2A-1 per Plat 2001-72, generally located north of West Diamond Boulevard and west of King Street in Anchorage, Taku Campbell Community Council, Case 2019-0093, Planning Department. Public hearing on this item was closed September 10, 2019. Madam Clerk, do we have a motion on the table?
Madam Chair, Mr. Constant moved to approve. It was seconded by Mr. Dunbar. Motion to approve is on the floor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment 1 it's from myself and Mr. Rivera concerning neighboring homeowners' concerns voiced at the Community Council meeting.
Second.
Motion has been seconded. Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment would add two provisions, page 2, beginning at line 30, and number 8, to keep the back door to the business. The back door to the business shall be soundproofed and shall be closed during business hours. And item number 9, a wooden fence must be installed along the back north side of the property in accordance with the Anchorage Municipal Code standards, that such patrons will be restricted from accessing the adjacent neighborhood by any means other than cement walking trail at the northwest corner of the property. Similarly, upon the advice of Mr. Gates, Council, Mr. Rivera and I were both at this Community Council meeting where this was discussed. We did not participate in the discussion, but we were there and we did listen. And since we sit in a unique position on these licenses, he wanted that disclosure on the record. And Mr. Rivera and I were both there.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And can you briefly describe what happened at the Community Council?
Yes, Mr. Constant, and there is actually the correspondence that the Community Council sent. It was laid on the table. It says regarding item number 11.c, and I think it's a very accurate description. Both the individual who testified before us, as well as the owner, the general manager and their representative were present at the meeting. They discussed the individual's concerns with regard to noise, litter, a tree, the fence, and and the community council determined that the best course forward was to make sure that the noise was contained within, any noise was contained within the building by making sure the back door remained closed, and as well as making sure there was an appropriate fence between the properties.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Did you have anything else, Mr. Constant? Okay. Mr. Weddleton.
Thanks. Did you run this by the business owner? Right, these requirements.
The amendment is a direct reflection of what was sent from the community council after the meeting and reflects what the owner and the community council agreed to at the meeting.
Well, the owner was there.
Yes, the owner, general manager, and their
Oh, I
representative.
see. I missed that. All right, great. Thank you. And, well, I guess, and was he okay with it?
Yes.
Okay.
You can, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Actually, I believe the owner is here if you have any questions for him.
He nodded affirmative.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to Ms. Zalatil and to the administration. So I understand this is what the community council and the owner agreed to, but I'm just looking at the picture of the map that we were given of where this location is relative to the neighborhood. I'm curious. I just wanted to double check that they actually can build an appropriate fence. That we're not going to set up some sort of requirement that they can't meet for whatever reason, maybe because of Title 21 or some kind of municipal right-of-way. Is there anyone from planning that could speak to that? Mr. Schutte, are you familiar with this enough with this location?
Through the chair, Chris Schutte, Director of Economic and Community Development. We weren't at the Community Council, but it sounds like this is a good resolution, building a fence where I think there used to be one anyway. Okay. Shouldn't be a problem.
Okay. All right. That's all I want to check. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Similarly, that question, in previous iterations of requiring fencing, the code has certain standards for fences. Did anyone review this kind of language to ensure that it fits within the context of that location from the planning department?
Through the chair, are you asking if we've seen the amendment? The answer is no, but generically speaking, requirement to build a fence that's worded the way this amendment is works just fine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on this amendment to AO 2019-304. This amendment passes 8-0. We are now back on the main motion. Any discussion? Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that it was heartening to see the owner come to the community council, address the concerns, and be willing to work with the community and the community council and just encourage ongoing dialogue with this community council as a way to stay in contact with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote on the main motion. AR 2019-304 passes 8-0. We are now on item 13A, ordinance number AO 2019-91S, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Title 17 Animals to add requirements for animal rescue groups and dog shelters, to require a bond payment for animals in protective custody, and to address obsolete language and other related matters, by amending sections 17.05.010, 17.10.020, 17.10.030, 17.10.050, 17.10.080.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Okay. Public hearing is now open on this item. It has been continued from the meeting of September 10, 2019. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Thank you. Please come forward and state your first and last name, spelling it for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Welcome.
I'm Brady Etman. My last name is spelled E-M-T-M-A-N. I'd like to request a postponement of this amendment or this ordinance. This ordinance affects me personally in my rescue. We've had members of our rescue that have tried to make changes and made recommendations to the Animal Control Advisory Board, and they were just totally ignored. So we would like to, and I have 5-10 more individuals back here that would like to make the same request. We'd like to postpone this so we have more time to address our concerns with this ordinance, because it has some major flaws that will affect our rescue and our ability to bring dogs into the community. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sir?
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, I appreciate your efforts to help me. Tell me a couple, 3 of the major things that are impediment to your rescuing animals. Just summarize, please.
Sure. Yes. Well, I'd say the main thing is the foster list. They want us to list all the foster homes that, because we are 100% foster-based, my organization, Alaskan Animal Rescue Friends. And so asking to list all these people out is a pretty big burden, and it's a lot to ask of the people that are giving
What's
homes.
another one?
Let's see, and then the other, the rescue, the $150 fee, and requiring the registration also. That's a pretty big burden for us also. So that's that also.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Are there any of the members of the public who wish to testify? Please come forward to the podium. And please state your name for the record, spelling your last name, please. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sarah Strand, S-T-R-A-N-D. I'm a board member and volunteer for Alaska Dog and Puppy Rescue. We rescue hundreds of dogs and readopt them from areas within Anchorage and all throughout the state of Alaska every year. We're proud to say that we do require that all dogs that are adopted through our organization be fully vaccinated, microchipped, and spayed or neutered prior to adoption. So those are great population controls that we do have in place. I did want to bring to your attention my concern for the changes made to Title 17, specifically Section 9A, that would require volunteers who foster dogs to have their personal information provided to the animal control. We respect our volunteers' privacy, and we feel that providing their personal information directly to animal control would greatly reduce our ability to have volunteers within our organization, which would in turn reduce the amount of dogs that we can help through our rescue. If you think about the Matsu Animal Shelter, they actually had to shut down and stop accepting dogs this year, which many animal rescues stepped up and helped dogs in need at that time. So without organizations like Alaska Animal Rescue Friends and Alaska Dog and Puppy Rescue, those dogs would be at very high risk of either roaming the streets or in dangerous situations. I will also say that requiring fosters to register with animal control will reduce our ability to assist in emergency situations. We do assist dogs at all hours of the day, and animal control is on a limited time schedule most of the time, so that can put dogs at risk as well. So I do request that you either postpone this vote or vote no today on this amendment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strand. We have a couple questions for you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So 14 years and 9 months ago, I adopted a dog through your service, and he's still alive, one of them. So I am very much a fan of dog rescues, but at the same time, some years ago, 3 or 4, we had some really bad problems with some animal rescues in town. So one of the solutions that the Title 17 committee, the animal care and control working groups, members of the assembly have been working on this, decided was of value was to ensure that rescues register who's helping so that we know that the helping is actually helping and not harming like it was 3 years ago. So if not for the things you propose us to take out, how do we do that?
Well, I think that a portion of these changes would be good. For example, requiring proof of vaccination, and working closely and maybe developing a stronger relationship between rescue organizations and animal control, and kind of building a bridge between those two organizations. However, providing that private information of our volunteers to the municipality creates an overreaching standard for our volunteers, which would greatly reduce our ability to assist dogs.
So just a quick follow-up. Then what would that bridge look like functionally? What would the requirement be?
I would love to meet with animal control. I think that all of the rescue organizations active in Anchorage would like to meet with them and figure out how we can best fit our needs for both of us. I believe that setting standards for animal care would be important. I mean, we already have that, but making sure that we're in alignment with the municipality. And also, I guess, yeah, that's the only thing that comes to my mind right now.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Hi. So you mentioned, I thought you said Section 9, that there's a requirement your volunteers have to do something, and I couldn't quite find where that is.
I believe it's Section 9A.
I'm looking at that. I mean, do you have it in front of you? How does
I don't
that?
have it in front of me.
Well, 9A just says the dog should have wear a dog tag. So.
I guess I don't have the exact line item, but it basically stated that rescue organizations would be required to provide a list of foster homes to the
right.
Animal control.
Okay, that's it. And when you, so volunteers equal foster homes?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to mention that a lot of our fosters only foster once or twice because a lot of our fosters end up adopting the dogs that they foster, which is a great thing. So.
All right, I got you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zelato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To follow up on that, you mentioned that it might prevent fostering in emergency situations, and I guess I'm failing to see where in the language it suggests that the current listing of foster homes that you couldn't, when you placed a dog, let's say at 7 o'clock tonight, call tomorrow morning and let them know that you have a new foster home in place. So I guess I'm a little curious where you're getting that impression from, or if you just don't read even that amount of flexibility in this.
I don't see the flexibility. I also feel that there's going to be a registration process. So would we be breaking that process by putting a dog in a foster home prior to having them being a qualified foster? I guess that's unclear in the way that it's written right now. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Zelato. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state your name for the record and spell your last name. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome.
Okay, hi. My name is Sue Wirth, W-I-R-T-H, and I run Cool Cat Rescue, and I work with a lot of the other cat and dog rescues in town. I would like to suggest that we postpone the vote on this whole packet here because there is way too much in the packet that needs more work. Animal Control never requested a meeting with all the different rescue groups, and I really think they all need to get together and discuss this and try and figure out a decent solution rather than just telling us this is what you need to do and you need to register your fosters, because personally I have talked to a lot of my fosters about this already, and I am going to lose a bunch of fosters if their name has to go on a list as being a foster for the rescue. In Section 11, it says that the information is going to be kept confidential, but it also doesn't say what they're going to do with the information either. And most of my people don't want their names out there. Most of us that foster for Cool Cat Rescue already have facility licenses, so Animal Control can come into our homes already anytime they want. And we have a list of all our fosters that we keep. We keep track of how many animals they have, and we follow up with them a lot, especially about vaccines and deworming and the spays and neuters and everything. So I think a lot of what they're saying isn't needed. We need to figure out a better solution for keeping track of everything. Most of the other items that animal control has written in here, it doesn't impact so much the rescue groups, which is a large percentage of people in this town. And I think they need to divide up the vote and maybe put all that other stuff and keep the rescue group things separately. So again, I urge you to postpone this until we can get more satisfaction out of everything. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state your name, first and last, spelling your last name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you. My name is Luzelle Russell, and I have just started fostering. I'm a brand new foster parent of a little kitten that was thrown out the window of a pickup truck. Somebody was able to find it and get it out of the bushes. It had concussions, internal injuries, immediately taken to the veterinarians, who are amazing in this town. And the kitten is coming back to health. I have it now. Instantly, I have no qualms fostering cats because we are with the cat rescue, Clear Creek Cat Rescue. So we do feral cats only. And the feral cats are registered. Everyone is chipped, neutered, or spayed. The vaccines are given. They had all emergency special surgeries that they need. We have cats right now that have been shot. And so they go through emergency surgery trying to save their lives. And what I just heard is animal control to walk into my place anytime they want. I'll stop fostering. Clear Creek Cat Rescue, they come, they check our homes, they have records on us, they qualify us before we can foster. But if you add in animal control on top of it, no. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members?
Check with the veterinary clinics because all of these go to the veterinarians.
Thank you, ma'am.
All these animals.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Okay. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I think you need to, we're going to move to postpone the public hearing, or continue the public hearing, to October 22nd. The intention is to have an S version drafted. The animal care and control staff, Michael Tierney, has been working with folks. The legal department has asked to add an additional section to this item, and now there's more opportunity for the folks who are concerned to send their messaging forward. And so I would ask for a second to the motion to continue the public hearing to October 22nd, in waiting for an S version to come out next meeting.
Second.
Okay, motion has been seconded. Mr. Weddleton.
If someone from staff is here who could, we're continuing. Can I talk to someone from staff and we're kind of postpone the public hearing? Okay.
Sure.
Michael or Deanne.
Deanne Fedko with the Anchorage Health Department.
Hi, thanks. I got a little mixed message here because we've gotten some emails, at least I did, some people I was in contact with, says, they've met with you and they were feeling there was good progress. And we heard here, no progress, I know how you haven't met with them. Have you met with rescue groups and have you met with vets, since our last go around with this?
Sure, Mr. Weddleton, through the chair. We have met with a number of animal groups since the last assembly meeting and felt like we had addressed all of their concerns, and we're ready to move forward with postponing for an S version. We can certainly meet with these other groups in the meantime.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I made an impassioned argument at the last meeting. We need to get this done, and I still agree with that. And just the technical language is in need of some shaping, and an opportunity to hear will be great. A little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote on continuing the public hearing to the meeting of October 22nd. This item passes 8-0. I'm going to request a change to the order of the day to take up a number of routine health department items, 14O through 14V, so that we can let the health department go home. Mr. Vice Chair?
So, okay, I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take items 14O through V presently.
Second. Item has been seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing no discussion on this item, members, oh, actually, do we vote on it? Okay. Seeking unanimous approval. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, we have changed the order of the day to take up items 14O through 14V. We now have before us item 14O, resolution number AR 2019-299, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,674,660 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the Child Care Licensing Program. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Mr. Weddleton.
No, I suppose I'll approve this because we need it, but it was surprising, and I'm sure you all did the math, but, you know, this is $1.7 million, and that's $6,500 per child care place, and it seems really high for approving these. I don't know how much time they spend there when they do that. Anyway, just a comment. Seems like an awful lot of money for 200-something places.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Perhaps Ms. Pineda would come forward? If you would address Mr. Weddleton's concerns.
Sure. So we have 10 licensing specialists, 1 office associate, and 1 supervisor. They are required to meet both municipal and state code. And just the site visit alone, I think, is about 47 pages. So in terms of the amount of volume of work that they have to do to ensure code compliance and safety in facilities is extensive and does require quite a bit of time. They have, I think their policies and procedures book is pretty extensive, and they work on a regular basis responding to complaints. So in addition to just the facilities that they visit, they also work with organizations to start businesses, but also we respond to a lot of complaints of a variety of different natures. So it is expensive. However, it's required for us to be able to meet code.
Well, with 67 complaints, is that a lot? I mean, that's 1 a week.
Yeah, I could say, I don't know what they are year to year, but for example, we're working on one right now. When you have a complaint, you typically end up having a couple of different specialists that have to work on it. We have to work with legal, depending on whether OCS and the police are involved. Sometimes we take legal action. We can end up going to an administrative hearing office to, defend our actions of removing an administrator, and those are incredibly time-consuming actions. So it may just be 67 complaints that were a certain level, but depending on what they are, I don't have that report in front of me, but it is there's a lot of checks and balances in keeping our kids safe in facilities in Anchorage. In addition, they get called out to places that may not be licensed and do not have all of the regulations in place, and they have to go out and respond to those as well.
Okay, can I, one more, how often do they visit a normal daycare?
There's a requirement that they have 2 site visits annually that are specific to the code and those multi-page, multiple documents. But if, for example, they come to a location, some of the bigger centers and the smaller centers, if you have a finding or there's something that you have to bring into compliance, that could prompt a follow-up. So it really varies from each location.
Great, that's great information. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Pineda. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Item AR 2019-299 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14P, resolution number AR 2019-300, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $455,210 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231 for the provision of public health emergency preparedness and response in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Okay, motion has been seconded. Is there any discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Item AR 2019-300 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14Q, resolution number AR 2019-308, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,205,500 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231-900 for the provision of public health nursing services in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Item has been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-308 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14R, resolution number AR 2019-309, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $1,559,315 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231-900 Anchorage Health Department for the provision of women, infants, and children WIC supplemental nutrition services within the Municipality of Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Item has been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-309 passes 8-0. We are now on item 14S, resolution number AR 2019-311, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $131,470 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant award to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231-900 for the provision of HIV prevention work in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-311 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14T, resolution number AR 2019-312, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $124,428 when tendered from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 to the Anchorage Health Department for the provision of Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program Education, SNAP-Ed, Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I just note for the record that tonight we've already covered child care, emergency preparedness, public health, nursing, WIC, HIV, SNAP, homelessness, and animal control, and all of them has been within the health department. So kudos to them. They have a very broad portfolio.
And a very limited budget.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-312 passes 8-0. Okay. We now have before us item 14U, resolution number AR 2019-313, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $129,662 from the Alaska Housing Finance Corporation as a grant to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900, Anchorage Health Department, for case management services for clients of Chugach View and Chugach Manor. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-313 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14V, resolution number AR 2019-314, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $200,000 from the State of Alaska Department of Health and Social Services to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 for the Aging and Disability Resource Center in the Anchorage Health Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Please state your name for the record and spell your last name.
Good evening. My name is Tom McGrath, McGrath, and I would just like to respond to a comment that Mr. Constant just made. They do a great job, the health department, limited funds, but what are those? And when an organization within the municipality comes before the Anchorage Assembly, and there's a whole list of items like this tonight, wouldn't it be wonderful if we had a copy of the budget page from Mr. Wilbur so that the public and you could look at that and say, yeah, this is what they do, this is, how many people they have, and what the total budget of that department is, just so that you have a better understanding rather than saying, yeah, that's a lot of money, but where does it really fit in the grand scheme of things? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. We have a question. Mr.
That's
Constant.
not a question, just a comment. I don't disagree with you, and I know the health department does with less than $8 million what we expect out of many other departments who do it with a lot more money. And so I just recognize the hard work that they do there and how it's challenging to accomplish the mission of the department with the limited resources we have. But I agree with you. Having it out there is good.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, two things. First, I should have noted in my list also our elders and folks experiencing disabilities. So we have a even broader portfolio. To Mr. McGrath's point, we do actually, of course, receive an assembly memorandum that breaks out exactly where this goes. In this case, it goes to straight-time labor, benefits for conversion, operating supplies, office supplies, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I don't want people in the public to think that we don't get a very detailed explanation about where these funds are spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
I don't think that's what I heard him say. I think he was talking about just the broader scheme. Where do these expenditures fit within the context of the overall budget? And that's what I didn't hear him questioning the content of the expenditures, more so the big picture. So, and that's kind of there in code, and it's hard to read, but I hear what you're saying, Mr. McGrath, and we're having the budget process coming up here quite soon. The big book is coming.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. Resolution AR 2019-314 passes 8-0. We are now back to item 14A, ordinance number AO 2019-105, an ordinance authorizing a one-year lease with 2 one-year renewal options between the municipality of Anchorage and First American Title Company, a California corporation for Suite 168, a 374-square-foot office space in the Eagle River Town Center located at 12001 Business Boulevard in Eagle River, Real Estate Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. AO 2019-105 passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14B, ordinance number AO 2019-108, an ordinance authorizing the continuation of a less than fair market value lease to the Salvation Army, a nonprofit corporation of the SE4 Northwest 4, SEC 32 T13N R4W portion of municipal land and improvements within Heritage Land Bank parcel 4-033B, legally described as N2, N4, NW4, SW4, NW4, SE4, NW4 portions of SEC 32 T13N R4W, TID 01040124001 for the operations of Clitheroe Center Real Estate Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. I don't know who this question is properly directed to, but I had in my notes to ask the question, what's the status of planning for the project? I know we had substantial funds from the state that were awarded to investigate, and this is the property out past the airport. Do we have anyone prepared to report on that, or is that something we should wait on? All right. At some point, can we get a report on the status of that grant? Thank you. Later is fine, but it's important to note.
So, Mr. Falsey, will hear back then later on this item as a report?
Yes, we can prepare something for the Assembly.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14C, ordinance number AO 2019-110, an ordinance authorizing a 5-year lease with 5 one-year renewal options between the municipality of Anchorage tenant and Northwood Landscaping and Ground Maintenance, Inc., Lesser, for premises located at 5923 Rowan Street for the Traffic Department's Signal Maintenance Warehouse Facility, Real Estate Department. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion?
I do.
Mr. Constant.
Ms. Ward. Thank you, Robin. So we're about to award a lease for 5 years, $450,000. I'm curious at what point it makes sense for us to contemplate purchasing a facility that we maintain.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, every time that we come up to a renewal of any lease, that is the first question that we always ask the landlord. The landlord declined, so we really do try, but he did decline in this case.
And so still, though, doesn't it make sense at some point to contemplate looking at the market and figuring out if there's an alternate location we could secure? Because, I mean, this is a very lucrative contract for someone, and if it goes on for year after year, it's at the taxpayer expense.
Through the chair, Mr. Constant, we do agree with you. Again, at any time of renewal, we start looking to, we check and find out what commercial warehouses or buildings are available, what those lease rates are, and then we compare them to a purchase. So we do look at that each time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just looking at this is 80 cents a square foot. That seems like fairly reasonable. I mean, there's probably not a lot of spare warehouse space available now because much of it was leased up by marijuana businesses. So is this the going rate? Is this less than going rate?
Through the chair, Mr. Peterson, this was a very standard, what we thought reasonable rate for the condition and the location of this warehouse, but it is in the range, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Ms. Ward. Seeing no further discussion on this item, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14D, ordinance number AO 2019-111, an ordinance authorizing the withdrawal of Heritage Land Bank HLB parcel 1-076 from the HLB inventory, legally described as ADL Lot 2 E2 SEC 36T15N R2W, Plat 63-115, PID 051-324-13.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to testify? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 8-0. We now have before us item 14E, ordinance number AO 2019-109, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly to establish a procedure for scheduling confirmation hearings and action for certain mayoral appointments by adding a new section 2.30.095 to the Anchorage Municipal Code and amending sections 2.20.050 and 3.30.173. Assembly Chair Rivera and Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Mr. Haberman. Please state your name for the record and spell it, and you'll have 3 minutes. Welcome to the meeting.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I live in the Matsu Valley. Follow the public process. When the public process is done appropriately, a decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I was present at your work session assembly on Friday, September 13th. For the public, it was 23 minutes on this item. It was a work session, no chance for the public to speak. It was talking about appointments by the mayor and assembly review. And that's what this ordinance is proposing, changes. But what's not in here was I would respect a contempt of responsibility by some assembly members and silence by others, whereas this is not an important issue that we can railroad it through. These words are not said, but the words and meanings of what I'm saying is the interpretation for what I heard. And for the public to know is there is no place right now for the public to speak at these public hearings. But these meetings are held not here, out of no video, audio, and over in City Hall, away from the public. And the answer to public comment on there is the way of one assembly member is use the email, send us emails. And the public is blind by what communications are going to you on such an important issue. Now, as far as I'm concerned is there's a meeting out of that meeting that basically was saying that by Assembly members, particularly Dyson, is let's make a vote before and say cancel the meeting if we want to. That's the attitude. Meeting of appointments by the mayor. I mean, can you imagine the U.S. Senate coming to that conclusion of having appointments recommended and they say there's no need for it? Let's not have it. Your responsibility is to deal with these appointments respectfully. Your responsibility is to connect with the people. You're not doing it now, and your direction with this proposal and the comments at that meeting, which I encourage the press and the public to listen to that 23-minute September 13th audio, not video, is you'll see a contempt among members of the Assembly, and I really worry as we're talking about who's in charge and who's going to take important positions in the city, and I encourage you to do the following. Tear this thing up and be responsible to the public and do it the right way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. We have a question for you from Mr. Dyson.
Yeah.
Question.
It's always a dilemma to know at what level of involvement any elected group like this should get. And hiring staff is certainly one of them. I certainly think we need to be responsible and thoughtful about who the mayor hires. In this case, you can argue certainly that they're appointments, and that's in a different category, and so on. My suggestion was that we enter into get involved in those appointments on an exception basis when an issue comes up. I take exception to your saying my contempt for that process. Anyways, I appreciate what the chair is trying to do to streamline our process, allow us to spend as much time as necessary on where it's required and appropriate. And I'm going to support what the chair is coming.
Point of order. Is this a question or a commentary? And that's out of order.
Actually, sir, you are out of order.
No, I'm not. This is a problem. You're not supposed to have opinions. You can ask questions. This is a public hearing.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Dyson, do you have any further questions? Or?
Yeah, actually, Eugene's right. My question
Thank you,
is,
Mr.
do
Dyson.
you really think that I am contempt of the public process in general?
In fairness to you, okay, I reported here in the short time I'm allowed to speak a situation that is present with what was said at the meeting on that audio by you and others. You wanted to further short circuit the process even shorter, and the end result is there's less chance that your decision is going to be more likely in the public interest. You're talking about appointments. You're talking about mayoral appointments, and you just don't do it that way. It's not fair to the public. It's not fair to the Assembly members. It's not fair even to the appointee and the people who live here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haberman. Thank you, Mr. Dyson.
I'm sorry I raised the subject. I should have known it wouldn't be profitable.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Okay, seeing and hearing no one, Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. I would move to continue the public hearing to October the 22nd because there are a number of technical changes and proposed amendments that just didn't get fabricated into in the substitute version. And so, in order to expedite a smooth process, I'd ask your support.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, members may proceed to vote. Is someone on the line? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Do you vote yes or yes? You're on, or both?
My vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Members may proceed to vote on this item to continue the public hearing to the meeting of October 22nd. Oh, we did. Okay. I didn't see the result. Okay, so 9-0. This item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14F, ordinance number AO 2019-107, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.20.070 to add business continuity plan development and annual testing to the duties and functions of the Office of Information Technology. Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance, Assembly Chair Rivera, and Assembly Member Dyson. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion on this item as well to continue the public hearing to October the 22nd. Same reason.
Second. Any discussion on this item? Seeing none. Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 9-0. The public hearing will be continued to the meeting of October 22nd. Okay, yes. I think we do that before.
Madam Clerk, is this the point at which I make the motion to combine the public hearings?
Second.
I make that motion. Thank you. 4 items, 14G through J, all relate to the stormwater utility. This will allow the public to come up one time to testify and let us know what their thoughts and feelings are so we can get to voting on the items. So,
And Mr. Weddleton, did you second that?
I did. Can I speak for a moment?
Yes, you are in the queue.
Okay. I support it's a good idea, but for the public, just who's here, we have 4 items related to the stormwater utility, and they are items 14G through J, and what we're doing is combining the public hearings. So if you have comments on any of those, now would be the time to come up and try to be clear when you comment, which of those you are commenting on. That would be helpful. Thanks.
Any further discussion on this item to combine items 14G, 14H, 14I, and 14J? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, members may proceed to vote. This item passes 9-0. So if there are any members of the public who want to testify on more than one of these items, please let me know and we will give you more time to do so if there are different aspects of the items you wish to address. So I'm going to go through and read the items that have been combined. 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-87, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving a borrowing program for the municipality in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $1,500,000 for the purpose of providing funds to finance certain projects of the stormwater utility of the municipality, Finance Department. Item 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-106, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rule and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility to guide the planning, development, and implementation of a new Anchorage stormwater utility. Assembly Member Weddleton and Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance. Item 14I, resolution number AR 2019-318, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requiring a rate study for the Anchorage stormwater utility prior to other plans and reports in Phase 2 of the stormwater utility formation plans pursuant to the January 2019 stormwater utility report. Assembly Member Weddleton and Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance. Item 14J, ordinance number AO 2019-113, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing the Stormwater Utility Advisory Commission by adding a new section to Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 4.70 Utility Commissions and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Sections 4.70.010 and 26.10.016. Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance and Assembly Member Weddleton. Okay. There are also 3 S versions corresponding to 3 of these items that will be before the body tonight. Item 14H1, ordinance number AO 2019-106S. Item 14I.1, resolution number AR 2019-318S. Item 14J1, ordinance number AO 2019-113S. So public hearing is now open on these items, and any members of the public who wish to speak, please come forward to the podium, state your first and last name, spelling your last name for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. Welcome to the meeting.
Madam Chairperson, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom McGrath, last name spelled M-C-G-R-A-T-H. In July, you established, or may have established, a stormwater utility. And now we go forward to spend $1 to $1.5 million to establish what that means. If you read Anchorage Charter, Section 16.01, establishing the standards for running a utility, and then Section 16.02 talks about how to dispose of a utility, and in fact, we are in the middle of that process with ML&P now, and we went through that process in the 90s with ATU. So 16.02 says that to dispose of a utility, we have to have the voters weigh in. 16.01 is mute on that subject, but I think that if voters have to approve of disposing of a utility, then they should also approve of starting a utility. AO 2019.88, dated July 9, 2019, established utility. And it was correct that this has been addressed many times over the last 30 years in front of this body, the need for a stormwater utility. What is not said is, how do we sell this new utility to the voters? How do the voters weigh in? And do the voters even know what you've been doing over the last few months? I would guess that most of them have no idea that we are starting a stormwater utility that each one of them will get a bill for in the years to come. I do not think now, nor have I thought in the last 30 years, that you can start a utility without the consent of the voters of Anchorage. With ATU and ML&P, the citizens of Anchorage were engaged. With this action, you're not explaining to the Anchorage voters why this needs to be done. In fact, I would guess that most voters do not know that it's even happening. If the charter does not give permission, then you cannot, take a breath, repackage this and ask for permission without the approval of voters of Anchorage. At this time, I'm not for or against these ordinances, but there's not enough facts to base a decision on. With ML&P and with ATU prior, the voters of Anchorage were given a huge amount of information, and we were able to properly assess how we would vote on that. This is just in the dark. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGrath. There appear to be no questions. Welcome to the meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Hugh Ashlock, A-S-H-L-O-C-K. I'm a partner in Diamond Center, LLC. As I was going to speak on a couple of these amendments, I asked for a little more time. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Diamond Center is a family-owned second-generation shopping center. as are many of the large commercial properties here in town. Carr Gottstein, Carr Family, Siri, JL. We have a lot of local ownership. We're not just all Walmart, and while we all want to take a slug at Walmart, I understand, we all do give back to the community quite heavily in various ways. the ordinance number 106 predisposes and requires how the rate structure must be created in a way that's particularly punitive for large land and business owners in Anchorage. We're very concerned about this. AO 318S also talks about how they need to raise $40 million a year annually. Using some of the EPA came out with a number of, this is a program the EPA has been rolling out across the U.S. for the last several years since 2016, when the Obama administration came out with a lot of their rulings on it. They actually have things like paying for stormwater, the benefits of a utility sponsored by U.S. Department of Environmental Protection. Using their calculations alone, my bill will be over $200,000. Whether that's the truth or not, I don't know, but it scares me. And now this is coupled with the 4% tax increase that we had due to Proposition 11 last year. All right? I believe that the burden on Anchorage property owners, commercial property owners, is getting to the point of being onerous. We're very concerned about it. Other EPA guidelines, there's a 2016 guideline that actually has a rate chart that talks about how commercial impervious landowners are going to be charged from 4 to 8% times what a residential landowner would be charged. We're very concerned about the rate structure. I'm not against, just like Mr. Graff, I'm not necessarily against fixing some pipes. I understand there is infrastructure problem in Anchorage. I don't disagree with that. I do disagree with in the dark. It scares us. And, you know, this is my livelihood. This is our business, my family's business, and we're very, very concerned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ashlock. We have a question from Ms. Zelatel.
Hi, thank you for your testimony. You said you were in the dark, but one of the things that we're proposing to do is to loan the storm water utility money to get more information. But does that address some of your concerns so that we can know what the potential impact to commercial property owners may be more specifically and what a rate structure may look like?
Well, I'm concerned with the process, which is frankly been very, very small on details, fairly nebulous. I feel like it's a truck ready to run out of the barn, and it's going to do it regardless. We're also concerned about the tax cap. You know, if this can help be offset with the tax cap, and you guys stay true to your tax cap, I think there's going to be a lot less pushback among people that spend $100,000 to $200,000 a year. You know, understand, I pay over $1 million in property taxes a year right now for one single property. If this is even close to remotely right on this calculation, this is a huge additional burden onto us. I think we're very frightened of it, but at the same time, I also believe that this has not been shown in the light of day.
Can you tell me what calculation you referred to when you pointed to?
Certainly. So a lot of what this has been, the EPA in 2016 came out with stormwater, like a 215-page PowerPoint on how cities and municipalities can sell this to their voters. And it included best practices on how to do this, including paying for stormwaters, the benefits of utility, which has, and I can leave it with you if you like, has calculations on ECU economic units for a house and for other things as well. So we just extrapolated out that number. And then if you look, there's also a second method using a chart.
Okay, great.
So
thank you. Thanks for letting me know.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. We have another question.
Hold on, you.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. At the beginning of your testimony, you stated that there was something before you that predisposed the rate structure. Can you tell me what you were referring to?
I'm talking about number 2 and 106, which talks about impervious, and I don't have the 106 in front of me. The wording in 106 predisposes and requires how the rate structure must be created in a way that is particularly punitive for large land and business owners in Anchorage. So the number 2106 specifically nails down impervious parking lots. And also, a lot of this EPA guidance goes right along with it.
So now, here's kind of how I see the debate flowing tonight. There is a conversation that's been happening through work sessions about get a rate structure in place first and then proceed through master planning. And then the other side is let's do a master planning process that puts all the questions on the table, gives the public an ample process for input, and then ask the question, what rate structure should we choose? Which do you think is the approach?
I think number 2 of 106 predisposes and gerrymanders for impervious lots.
I don't know
it states it right there.
We're looking at. Do you have a copy of that with you?
I can get you one, Chris.
Thank you. Right, and so, okay, thank you. That answers my question, Hugh.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Yeah.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome to the meeting. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Sure. Colin Agnew, last name A-G-N-I. I'm a commercial real estate broker here in Anchorage. I'm a member of the Carr family involved in the day-to-day management and operation of commercial real estate. I definitely need to echo and second Mr. McGrath's comments. I think the lack of a public vote is very concerning. Additionally, I would want to echo a lot of what Mr. Ashlock said. I believe that the current condition of commercial real estate in Anchorage specifically of large parking fields is going to negatively impact existing developments. Additionally, the next section of AO 2019-106, Section 3, calls out incentives for a good stormwater management fee for reductions or retention. I think most sophisticated landlords will be able to calculate the cost benefit of this and then improve the properties or not. So the fee that is studied and designed could be not adequate, as landlords will find a way to offset those costs through property improvements. Additionally, in my experience, most costs that are increases on landlord properties are often passed through and borne by the tenants. So while this is a tax, many commercial leases do allow this to be passed through, and these costs arguably will be borne by the small businesses that occupy a large amount of commercial real estate in Anchorage specifically. Again, seconding Mr. Ashlock, Section 4, undeveloped properties that are primarily in their natural state shall have a minimal fee. This effectively will exempt undeveloped lots from a fair contribution into the system, per my reading. And I think the final point that I would make would be something to consider, or maybe just look back at, is there a way that AWU can incorporate this task into their current purview and or budgeting as a way to potentially expand the services within existing utility and not potentially add additional layers of bureaucracy on top of the same project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Agnew. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state and spell your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Carol Fairchild, Fairchild. I have just finished my 6th year on a LRSA board on the hillside that covers 1,100 acres and 18.67 miles of road. So I am quite familiar with the hillside drainage issues. And as a LRSA board member, I'm also concerned about how this will affect the governance on the hillside with LRSAs, which gives some of the best cost-effective road service in the whole municipality, I believe. Also, another concern of mine is in spite of the recommendations of the report that came out from the findings and recommendations of the stormwater utility I'm specifically, I'm specifically referring to stakeholder engagement on page 30 and 31 of the report. As far as I can tell, there's been very little public engagement. I've spoken to any number of people, and when I bring up stormwater utility, I get blank stares. I mean, and these are people who are engaged in the community and know what's going on. I think just most of the people are in the dark about a $1 billion utility. And I think because of the magnitude and ramifications of creating a new utility, I think it's something that really needs to be put to a vote to the people. There are so many questions that are unanswered that the public needs to know about. And as Mr. Constance said, in referring to an earlier issue that came up, there's no structure in place, but we're moving forward. We're putting the cart before the horse. And I think this applies to this as well as the issue you were talking about earlier.
Thank you, Ms. Fairchild. Actually, there are no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Hi, Madam Chair, members. My name is Katie Nolan, N-O-L-A-N. I am the president of HALO. HALO is the Home and Landowners Organization, Inc., for those of you who didn't know that. And we are just celebrating our 50th anniversary. We were actually formed prior to incorporation into the municipality. Our board of directors are a very diverse group of people. We have 2 representatives from each of our areas, which basically coincide with the community council areas. So we are representative of the entire Hillside Community Council system. We are an extremely diverse group of people with a lot of very strong opinions on a lot of different subjects. As you can imagine, the needs of Bear Valley are very different than the needs of Abbott Loop, and occasionally they agree, but not very often. However, we have had a couple of meetings now with our board of directors on this stormwater utility and the resolutions that Vice Chair LaFrance, Chair LaFrance, and Mr. Middleton have presented. And all of our questions came down to unanimous decisions. You don't find that in our group very often. If our group found unanimous support for certain things, you can just about take that one to the bank, that most of the hillside feels the same way. So what I'm asking you to consider is the amendments that were offered by Mr. Middleton and Ms. LaFrance, and work to build understanding and trust and confidence in this project, which means a lot of public information needs to go out. Advertising campaign, use your bully pulpit. You've got it. What we're asking for, and I hope all of you got a chance to read our resolution. Hopefully everybody got it. I do have a signed official copy for you tonight. But we're asking that the advisory commission come from people who are nominated by the community councils. This gets community involvement and an actual community buy-in into the process. We want the rate structure study first. It's late, it's been a long day. But we'd also like to see the common sense dividing line between what we're going to call, just for ease, the North Hillside and the South Hillside. We have 2 major watersheds and the flows 2 different directions. And these areas are very, very different. Their needs are different. Their topography is different. Their terrain is different. Their grounds are different. And each one of those sides of the hill, if you want to call it that, have very unique needs and want to know that their needs are represented. Was that my 5 minutes? I'm so sorry.
That was 3, but if you could take a couple of moments to sum up.
I thought I had 5. Okay. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. But our recommendations, did everybody get a copy of them? Hopefully. Would you like the official signed version?
And I believe that was submitted into the record. Correct, Madam Clerk? The resolution from HALO? The resolutions are in the
Super.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We have a question from Ms. Zelatel.
Hi, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for submitting the resolution. Can you explain to me when you say rate study, what do you mean?
The rate structure study, we want to know how much it's going to cost the average property owner. Understand that on Hillside, most of us are on-site services. We have wells and septic systems. We don't get a bill from AWWU.
Can I ask you a follow-up question that might be a little more clear?
Okay.
So you asking for a rate structure study to be done that would set the rate, and then we would create the details of the utility after we determine what the rate should be?
Yes, because we need to know how much this is going to cost. We don't want another SAP on our hands. We need to know how much this is going to cost the muni, how we're going to divide it up, who's going to pay what, how we're all going to be charged.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel.
Nobody else?
Thank you, Ms. Nolan.
Thank you.
Okay, come on down to the podium, please. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Mark June, last name spelled June. I live on Upper DeArmond, and I'm here tonight to testify in favor of the rate study prior to moving forward as in item 14I. The reason I say I support this is because the traditional sense of what a utility is things that be counted, things that can be counted, telephone service, electrical power, gas. And as I look at this, I don't understand how you can count the elements of stormwater and the associated cost. And so if that's the traditional expectation of what a utility is, putting a stormwater utility into that category becomes difficult and a challenge, and it may be accomplished by doing the rate study. So I say the rate study first. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. June. Please come forward to the podium.
Good evening. I'm James Kaufman, Kaufman. And I'm here to speak generally to this entire thing. I think y'all have gotten ahead of yourself, and that's what you're hearing. So there's specifics. You should do this, you should do that. But I really think you need to regroup and try and build some public consensus about this. I know there's some here that feel that that's already happened, but that's not the mood out there in the world. There's a lot of people that don't even know that this is about to happen or happening. And when it hits, there's going to be a lot of people that feel like the people here that, hey, you're going to hit me with something. I don't know what it is. I don't know how much. Is this going to be another Port of Anchorage? Is this going to be another SAP accounting process? All these things that have gone haywire, we don't want to build a brand new one, launch it, and then go, oh, heck, it costs a whole lot more than what we thought it was. And meanwhile, there's some redundancy cycling over here that should be more engaged in this problem. We've got rusty pipes. We know that. We see them. We know that there's drainage issues. Every municipality has that. But how do we know that we've actually settled on the most efficient way to deal with this and the most equitable way to bill it? Property is so diverse in Anchorage. You have paved areas that shed a lot of water. You have houses that are on large lots that have their own absorption field. And they're also using groundwater. They have wells. So putting a cookie cutter rate against any of this is going to be problematic, and it's going to be a pretty hot button topic. So I really like what Ms. LaFrance and what John Weddleton have tried to do. They've tried to put a little bit of this transparency into it, but you need a whole lot more before you get too deep into this. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Kaufman. Welcome.
Hello, I'm David Pease. I want to speak on a couple of topics. First off, I think that you really need to reconsider the basis for establishing a stormwater utility in the first place. This appears to be an end run around the tax cap. It's an attempt by the mayor and the assembly to get into people's pockets and take money and avoid the tax cap. There's a process for funding drainage systems. It's bonding, or it comes out of the tax base. And if the If the residents don't feel that there's a stormwater issue or drainage issue, they're not going to approve the bonds. This has been very much of a backdoor, backroom type of deal. There's been essentially no public process. I'm on a LRSA board, and no one came to talk to our LRSA board about that. I work with someone who's on a homeowner's board. No one came to talk to him about it. He knew nothing about it. Birch Tree Elmore knows nothing about this. If you look at the list of people that have been contacted, you don't see any community council that's in there. I don't think anyone from Glen Alps knows about it. So there's been no public process and no public education about this. Interestingly, I see that Bill Popp is supporting this from AEDC. That's somewhat ironic because I think it was Bill Popp who championed the push to sell MLMP. I think that before you go forward and push to create another utility, you need to look at the history that this city has with the management of utilities. Look at the phone utility. They went to sell that and it went down $200 million before they got it sold, largely due to management issues. I've sat in 3 weeks of hearings at the Regulatory Commission of Alaska on the sale of MLMP. You hear Providence Hospital talking about 90% rate increase over 4 years. Bill Popp championing saying, we need to sell this utility. It shouldn't be run by the city. You have Bob Pickett, chairman of the RCA, who asks the city attorney, can you please identify for me any time that the city of Anchorage has contributed money to MLMP in 40 years? It hasn't been done. Can you cite for me an example, ma'am, of any time that the city of Anchorage has backed municipal light and power bonds with the full faith and credit of the city? Hasn't been done. Utilities are required to pay IGCs. Utilities have to deal with the SAP program. And utilities have to pay MUSA, or this government charge. I believe that was like $9.7 million that MLP paid to the city last year. The city representatives testified to the RCA. It's public policy that the utilities pay money to the city. It's just a transfer from ratepayers to the city. And it's not right, and it's not fair, and it hasn't been publicized. If you look, you guys spent, or the city spent, thousands and thousands of dollars promoting the sale of MLMP, public process, public hearing, etc.
Sir, if you could just wrap it up quickly, please.
Well, yes, I wanted to, and it went to a vote. Mr. McGrath is right. This needs to go to a vote the same way. There's been no publicity and no public process, and there's no basis to form a stormwater utility at this time.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Pat Abney, A-B-N-E-Y, and I come basically in support of this. I think it's a good concept. I think it needs a lot of work, and I certainly feel that we need to know the rates before we go further beyond that. And I would second what several people have said as to what the needs are, and I support Mr. Weddleton's version. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Abney. We have a couple questions for you.
I'll step out of the queue. Just welcome, Pat. Glad to see you here.
Thank you.
Ms. Zelatil?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm over on your other side. Hi. You said that we need to figure out the rates first. Can you explain why you think that we need to figure out the rates first before we know the full structure of the utility?
I think that once we can provide the information to the public, we can then determine whether or not we want to go on forward with it.
Sure. Just so I understand, because I'm having a hard time getting around the concept of rates first, so that we say the bills will range from this amount to this amount first to the public, and then we'll say what we can build or do in that amount of revenue being generated each year by the utility. Is that what you're saying? I want to make sure I understand it.
I think that it's very important that we know the cost of this program before we go into it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil.
I will ask my question.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, former Assemblymember Abney. I would ask you, so really we're coming to an interesting point in the conversation. we can't go forward with all of this and approve and create all of the working functions probably until we go to the RCA. But in order to get to the point where we've done all of the public outreach, where we've reached out to the various publics, we need to fund a process to get us so we can do that, right? It can't just happen. So when I hear a bunch of people complain that nobody knows what we're talking about, so don't do anything. The intent of the funding we have here is to actually begin the master planning process, not to build out the utility and start billing people, but to spend the next year intensively investigating how it would work, what various rate structures exist, and how to determine which rate is best for Anchorage. Is that a reasonable process?
I think it's very reasonable, and I'm glad to hear that that's what your plan is.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Abney. Welcome.
Frank Pugh, P-U-G-H. Tonight I'm representing my personal opinion, but I do serve on the Rabbit Creek Community Council Board, and I'm Vice President of HALO, and I've also organized a grassroots organization of well over 80-something individuals, well over 100-something properties that represent 1,850 acres in Upper Potter and Upper Bear Valley. That being said, I am here to support Weddleton's amendments that would look at doing a rate structure study first, so we can put some context on what it might cost each individual. The other part is, I think is important, is to establish a advisory commission that at least is in part drawn from the community, from the community councils across the area. I think a lot of people aren't aware of what's going on. I know when I talk to neighbors, they really don't know. So there's a few of us, of course, in the mix, and we're aware of this, but that's because we're paying attention. So that's where I stand. I mean, I'll share everything that I hear in the coming weeks and months with my circle of influence.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Robert Allen, A-L-L-E-N. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly, I have to echo mostly of what I have heard today. I do not understand the need for a whole new utility to fix our storm wastewater issues. A little nervous here, so. I understand the need for fixing storm drains that are running out of their lives and et cetera. But I don't see how a separate utility is needed to fulfill that need. Therefore, why are we creating a utility without bringing it up to the people, notifying them of what is happening? I found out about this from a next door email notification that, hey, we have a meeting tonight concerning this. What little information I could gather from yesterday to today included looking up what stormwater programs are coming, and I came up with an EPA report from 2009, which basically goes through what I read in the first 6 or 7 pages of a funded report from this assembly. So since this information already existed, I kind of questioned how much money was spent on that entity creating something that was readily available on the internet. Part of what they talk about is because you have commercial, private property, and then you have tax-exempt properties. In this report in 2009, it lists tax-exempt properties as an example of schools and churches. However, in the Assembly's proposal, it only mentions churches. Churches, pastors, were not included in your study group personnel. I kind of question why that group of people were not included in your fact-finding mission. The other part of this is it lists challenges of creating a utility, one of which is a political barrier, which says go out, get all the information you can so that you can persuade the public to accept the new utility. To me, that's not true fact-finding. That's not, here's your pros, here's your cons, make your decision. This is why it's so good for you that you want to accept it. So basically, my comment is, I agree with everyone else here, much more transparency. This needs to go to the people. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good evening. My name is Tim Alderson. I am on the Board of Supervisors for the Upper O'Malley Limited Road Service Area, and I also served on the Stormwater Utilities Steering Committee that met for 4 times 2 years ago in the lead up to this initiative. So the theme that I've heard tonight is the chicken or the egg. What do we do first? And you actually have a very clear roadmap for this. The Genesis document of this utility has often been pointed to this AEDC Work, Live, Play Committee white paper that was produced in 2016. That paper doesn't call for a stormwater utility. It called for a feasibility study to spend $250,000 to study these issues and answer some of these questions. It also called for public engagement early and often in the process. If you read case studies, which I have, of forming stormwater utilities and what are the best practices, every one of them says that you need to engage the public early and often. In the RFP for Phase 1, there was a public engagement process that was part of the RFP that was awarded to Stantec. You have that report with you. In the last 5 pages of that document, there is a public engagement framework that was never executed. It included outreach to the community councils, the LURSA boards, all of the stakeholder groups, the business community, the school district, as a way to get people on board, to gather their feedback so that they aren't surprised by this when it comes around. As part of that $300,000 contract, that was never executed, and I don't know why that is, but it is in your documents, and it was there, and you can make the case for it based on these other examples around the country. Here's a little perspective. $40 million is what you think you're going to need to fund this for a year. There are 70,000 land parcels in Anchorage. That would calculate out to an average fee of $571 per land parcel. Now we know that's not what everybody will pay. People like Hugh are going to pay a lot more. People like me on the hillside who have a lot of green space are going to pay less. But the average won't change. At that fee, you will be one of the top 5 most expensive stormwater utilities on day 1. And that's based on a study at Western Kentucky University done in 2018 where they surveyed 1,800 existing stormwater utilities about their rate structure. On day 1, in the top 5 in the country. So I think this does give people pause. I think there's a distinction to be made between a public hearing and public outreach. This is a mega project. $1 billion is what your own estimates are this is going to cost. You need to get out and engage the public early and often. There are many, many unanswered questions around the tax cap. That's the number one question I get from people when this comes up. I don't know what you're going to do as far as offsetting property taxes or not, but you need to decide and you need to be transparent about it, because if you're not, it's going to be a riot. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else? Welcome.
Last, maybe least. My name is Mike Edgington, Edgington. I'm co-chair of Girdwood Board of Supervisors, but I'm speaking on my personal capacity, and my first point really relates to that. I've been following the stormwater utility quite closely for about 9 months now, just out of personal interest. I think it's an interesting topic. There's clearly issues with infrastructure in Anchorage Bowl. At every single point throughout this process, until about 2 weeks ago, the area of interest was Anchorage Bowl. It excluded Chugach, Birchwood, Eagle River, Girdwood. In the feasibility report, it explicitly says it excludes these areas. And then I was surprised to notice at the last meeting an ordinance introduced that talks about Girdwood, Turnagain, Chugach, etc., being part of this structure, which again I'm very surprised at. We never had an opportunity to talk about it at the Board of Supervisors because we need 2 meetings, and this was sprung on us. So again, I'm talking in a personal capacity. I'm also in the odd position of agreeing, I think, with nearly everybody who spoke beforehand, except I think the LURSA member who said they had the best stormwater. I think we do. But I think the public outreach has been very, very poor indeed so far, at least up to this point. I don't think I've ever had a conversation outside of people who are very involved in the political process inside Anchorage, anybody who understood or knew this was coming. And this opportunity of combining 4 public hearings into one seems like a very, very terse and cursory involvement of the public. So my narrow point is, I was very surprised Girdwood's involved. I think we need to at least have some time to discuss it, to have an opinion from the community, to respond to that. So at minimum, I'd ask for a delay, or I'd ask for a rejection of that particular part, an amendment to exclude us. On the bigger picture, I think this is a good model. However, I also have concerns about how rates are going to be set. There are multiple different models. They have very different impacts on different parts of the community. The big number of $40 million a year is a very large number for this project, and I do wonder about how that's going to be distributed across different interests. I was thinking when I've looked around, I think the median number is something like about $5 or $6 per month per landowner, typically across the country, and we're talking about numbers much, much bigger than that here. I do agree with the idea of having some money to do a study at the beginning, at least a study of structure, of both rate structure and utility structure. So I'm supportive of the $1.5 million loan. My comments as to the other parts are really dependent on what you decide about whether you decide to delay or whether you decide to include us or not include us in the organization itself. If you do include us in the organization, I think we should have a voice. So I agree with some of the establishment of a advisory commission as its constituents, as it's composed, sorry. However, again, my bigger position is I'd rather we weren't part of it at all, at least until we had time to think about it and understand it.
Thank you, Mr. Edgington. We have a question for you from Mr. Constant.
Thank you, sir. So you mentioned that you've been following along until about 2 weeks ago. There was no reference to Girdwood. Can you point me to which document is the first time you
the first document is actually the rules and regulations, which is rules and procedures, which is 106, AO 106.
Thank you.
So there's in section 1, I think in the S version there are 4 districts, of which one is Turner, Gunarm, and Girdwood. In the original version, it's Turner, Gunarm, not including Girdwood.
Right. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yeah,
that's right. I just want to make sure I understood where it came from. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We've got one more question for you. Oh, Mr. Weddleton, are you in the queue?
Well, I think so. I just for Mr. Edgington, the stormwater utility report
yes.
that was released in January only addressed the bowl.
That's correct.
And then I think it was a surprise to everyone when we had a work session and the water utility presented it as the entire city.
Right.
So that's where that came from. So I think we all shared your surprise.
I wasn't at that particular
So I think
work session.
current state-of-the-art thinking from the administration is the entire bowl. That's where that came from.
Sorry, the administration is saying just the bowl or the entire municipality?
Sorry, administration said the entire city.
Okay.
More recently than the stormwater utility report.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Oh, actually, we have one more question. Mr. Dunbar?
So I realize this is...
I'm getting more steps.
I'm sorry, Mr. Edgington, this question isn't for you, but just I wanted a clarifying comment from the administration before we continue, just so we don't get much more public comment down this line, because I think that what Mr. Weddleton just said is actually mistaken, but I could be wrong. This, regarding what is your current quote-unquote state-of-the-art thinking?
Yes, Jason Bakken said, through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you are correct. Our view is that the most appropriate way forward is just the Anchorage Bowl.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on these items? Welcome.
Thank you. Liz Vasquez. I'm speaking on my own behalf. It appears to me, I just found out about this issue just recently, and I'm usually involved in the community. It appears that there is no transparency, no general public knowledge of what's really going on. And it seems that we're putting the cart before the horse. By that I mean, do we really need a stormwater utility? That concept, that idea has not been brought to the community. It has not been discussed totally, fully. There's been no public input with regard to the starting point of this whole area, and that is, do we really need another utility? As we all know, we have a dismal record of running utilities. So any venture into creating utilities should be really seriously considered. There is also the issue, a legal issue, whether this would do a runaround the tax cap and whether, in fact, voters need to vote on this particular issue. So I don't hear any legal analysis of these issues, and those issues would really need to be considered before you go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward if you wish to testify.
My name is Eugene Carl Haberman. I represent myself. I live in the Matsu Valley. I follow the public process. When the public process is done, appropriate decision made by the governing body is more likely in the public interest. I'd like to first start with this line. The more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice and the more opportunity the public will be heard. The more complex and complicated an issue is, the more notice and the more opportunity the public will be heard. This certainly fits the bill. And what we have here is fast-tracked, no clear thinking as far as proper engagement with the people. You're throwing this on the table. You could be even doing it tonight, but you didn't lay it on the table, but it's close to it. And you need to connect with the people. Now, if this is a new utility you're proposing, it needs to go to the voters. But before it even goes to the voters, you need to do some hard thinking of what this all means financially. And I remind you, we are in a state budget crisis. And let's also remind you, is your performance, respect to those who are new, the past history of the performance of the municipality of Anchorage has not been good on dealing with the port and other utilities, but particularly the port, in which you already realize there's money, substantial money, to need to rebuild the report, and you all realize is where's the money going to come from. So now you got this on the table, and then where's the money going to come? Who's going to pay for it? This community and the rest of the state is facing a financial crisis. Yes, it is a financial crisis. Maybe not right here this second, but it's moving into a more serious situation. And as the years I attend meetings, I could not help notice something different. When you see owners of Diamond Center in this meeting, which is a rarity that I've witnessed, and you see other old-time names and builders and owners of property, they've been drawn into the discussion. But look, they're only a piece of the pie of the people who need to be drawn in discussion, and you're not doing that. So you need to focus on putting it together. Let the people see this thing before you even approve it or a draft or whatever, because you're not doing it with the port, and you don't know where the money's going to come from. And heck, where's the money going to come from this? And we're all wondering is how we're going to pay for the future. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
I just have been reading this. I'm Virginia Hardam, and I've been reading the statement. I find it to be very poorly wording. It's obtuse. You should reorganize it and maybe have the amount that you're borrowing at the end. You've got a preposition there that really has no purpose to it. It's just not a very well-written statement, and maybe it'd be easier for people to see what's going on if you made it a little bit, simplified the sentence a little bit.
What's your name, ma'am?
Virginia Hardam.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Nancy Kaufman. I want to thank John Weddleton and Suzanne LaFrance. Appreciate your amendments to this. I appreciate you trying to make this with greater transparency to this process. First of all, I support the rate study because everyone wants to know where the money's coming from, how it's going to be billed, the rate structure, okay? Everybody's got such diverse needs here in town and the way they live and where the water's coming from and going to. And everyone wants to know how's this going to be paid, who's going to pay for it, and how's the structure of it. I would like for you to accept the recent amendments that have been presented to Mr. Weddleton, to accept an advisory board, to assure adequate fair representation for community involvement, specifically a voice that will come from community council representation. Finally, propose that one of the biggest challenges is education, and I would like to see greater scheduling for education forums, news conferences, additional media coverage. Never have I heard anything on the news. I watch the news. I don't hear Channel 2, Channel 11 mention anything about stormwater utility. I hear about sinkholes and things like that, and, well, we need to fix drainage problems, but now I find out there's over 200 pages, of planning into this utility commission, and, and I think I'm relatively informed. Imagine what people who are working families with kids are, they don't have time to understand all of these details. So I think if we don't have these scheduling forums, education, and people find out about it, they're going to be shocked and nothing less than furious. And I would like to ask anyone involved if you would meet in the lobby so we can do some organizing. So please meet afterwards in the lobby so we can do some organizing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Welcome.
Madam Chair, tonight, members of the Assembly, my name is Tim Potter, P-O-T-T-E-R. Speaking on behalf of myself tonight, and I'd like to, if you can ignore the first paragraph of that email that went to Mr. Dunbar in response to some of his questions to me. I was sick and didn't know what I was saying, but the rest of the stuff is there. I would like to do a couple of things since I guess I'm the boogeyman that got this whole thing rolling again this time, is that if you look at the history of stormwater utilities in the country, they've been incredibly successful, and they've added an incredible amount of sustainability and really good things to those communities, whether it be green belts, wetlands that were acquired, not covered up, not buried, that became part of a natural system. I spoke last time that this is science, this is physics. We can't fool Mother Nature. We can't fool gravity. From the top of the Chugach, we've got a number of water drainage basins within the city. And as human beings have done, we always try and not do what nature tells us we should be doing. We try and fight it. So we've butchered the area, and we've put in a bunch of money, about $1 billion of assets in the ground. And recent studies that have occurred, so when people ask what's been going on in the last couple of years, there's been a significant amount of cammering the stormwater utility lines in town to determine, in fact, what is the condition. We have about 75 to 80% of our infrastructure in the ground supporting stormwater drainage is failing or has failed. So if we have $1 billion asset, that means that $750 to $800 million right now is basically in the toilet. We should have done this 30 years ago. We should have done it 20 years ago. We should have done it 10 years ago. We should have started 5 years ago or even 1 year ago to to think that we can, based on our history of everybody stepping up and passing bond issues for parks, if we try and put a park bond issue that's over $4 million or certainly $5 million, the town of nature and trails and parks doesn't support park bonds. Do you think that the public here will actually support the invisible stormwater system? It doesn't have fecal material in it, doesn't stink, isn't contagious, so nobody's going to care about that. Everybody wants to drink clean water. Now, I did hear a few things said
Mr. Potter,
about...
if you could quickly wrap up.
I will quickly wrap up. I will say that I want to give AWW credit that they are one of the best run, best utilities in the United States. And for anybody to say that we have garbage for utilities is incorrect and hasn't been watching very close.
Thank you for your testimony.
This is, just to wrap up, this covers 3 of the ordinances that Weddleton has put forward. And there are specific questions or comments within these that are questions that I think need to be addressed. And so that I can historically put on the record, the initiation of the white paper by Mark Primo, at my request through the housing group, Live, Work, Play, through Anchorage Economic Development Corporation, looked at the Anchorage Bowl. And the recommendations out of that white paper were to start with the Anchorage Bowl, because that was going to be difficult enough. So if I could just quickly go through these very quickly.
Actually, Mr. Potter, we have a question from a member. Mr. Peterson?
And thank you, Madam Chair. And the bottom line to me is right down toward the bottom of this page. It's the old commercial, you pay me now or you pay me later. So if we're not planning, to fix our storm drains, through a stormwater utility or some way, we're going to end up in an emergency situation where we have pipes failing in the winter when it's really expensive to fix them because you have to thaw the ground.
Mr. Peterson, we already have that condition, and because we use our bond money, a portion of the roads and drainage to go towards stormwater utility, not the entire bond, that we are in a situation where we are doing bandage repairs during the winter, repairing to the extent that we can afford, and then going back the next year and spending the same amount of money again, and again the following year, because there's not adequate funding through a bond-based system to operate the stormwater, whether it's a utility or not. So that's where we're at.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. Mr. Peterson, do you have any further questions? Thank you for your testimony. We've got your
Couldn't somebody
email.
ask one more question?
What question would you have me ask, Mr. Potter?
Mr. Constant.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, you got to tell me what question.
There are, this thing started with the administration trying to figure out how to bring forward the information gathering and then the rate-based structure study and that, because a chunk of the money that was originally budgeted for this got scraped to address a different emergency and crisis that the city is having with homelessness and camp cleanup. I would hope that everybody behind me can understand that this isn't necessarily going the way that it was originally programmed to go. But I still believe that what this administration did was come up with a way, going through AWWU and basically letting them float alone to do that. Now, I'm not an attorney, and I'll never say that I am, that if we take the structure that was set up, that will get us to the master plan, that will look at the rate structure and accommodate the funds necessary to get there. Now, whether or not you actually create and sit an acting utility commission for stormwater, or it is a interim acting commission that is the one that helps advise you through all this public hearing process that is going to be coming forward. In the rate structure, there's a significant amount of work that needs to be done. Most of the commercial people that are here today testifying are my clients or people that I've represented through the years. I absolutely understand why they're nervous. If, in fact, we can get a situation with the utility that there is money through the revenues gained that can help homeowners all the way through our largest commercial or industrial centers get grant money or matching money, if they do updating and best practices now, we all win. This is a win-win. We just need to look at the details and smooth it out.
Thank you, Mr. Potter. I believe you've answered your question.
I didn't get a question, but that's okay. It's a good answer anyways.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on these items? I'm sorry, ma'am. This is not the time for discussion. Ma'am, you've already testified. We can talk offline at the break if you'd like. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Who haven't testified on any of these items yet tonight? Seeing and hearing no one, public hearing on these items, these 4 items, are closed.
I'd like to move item 14G.
Excuse me, Mr. Constant, was that?
I'd like to move item 14G.
To where? Oh, you're moving 14G. I'd like to change the order of J to put 14G after 14J.
Actually, before we move on to any motions, I would like to take a 5-minute break.
The wind's in our sails.
Seats, and we'll go ahead and resume. Please take your seats. I don't see Mr. Constant. So, okay, I think we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Mr. Weddleton, you are in the queue.
Oh, thanks. I'd like to change the order of the day to move 14G after 14J.
Second.
Mr. Weddleton?
14G is the grand finale of this whole thing, and it just seems a shame to put it first.
The motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 14G after item 14J. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seconded by Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant.
I would say the other side to that argument is let's make our big decision first. Are we going to actually do this before we spend the next 2 hours talking about it? So I'm a no vote on this. I believe we should move forward with 14G.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similarly, I'm a no vote, particularly because we're going to need money to fund the next steps regardless, and this is the mechanism in order to get the funds to move forward with any version of a rate structure study or the study and information as the administration's laid out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate Ms. Zolotel's comments, and for the very same rationale, I think we ought to be taking up the finance portion of this last, because I will say that I'm struggling with whether or not I can support any of this. I want to be supportive of something that Anchorage needs if they need it. But as one of the members from Chugach Eagle River, as it stands right now, I would not be supporting 14G or ordinance number 2019-87. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I would say on 14G, I mean, it's not the only way forward to fund anything. And we had a previous plan was to just fund it out of the regular budget, the study. So 14G is one of many ways. It's actually kind of an odd way to fund any of this.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion? Is someone on the line? Hello?
Hi, Madam Chair, this is Austin Davidson.
Austin's back.
Is this Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Welcome back.
Would you like to speak on this item? The motion is
Are we on, Madam Chair?
What was that? Would you repeat?
Could you tell me the item number?
Yes, we have a motion before us to take up item 14G after item 14J.
I don't need to speak on the item.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Is there any further discussion on this item? If not, we'll proceed to vote with Ms. Quinn Davidson. How do you vote in this item? Motion. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We are voting on the motion to change the order of the day. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on this motion?
I don't know.
Members may proceed to vote. Fails. Okay. This motion fails 5-5. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-87, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving a borrowing. Oh, there is. Oh, the clerk advises me we already have a motion on the floor for this item. What is the motion?
At the August 6th meeting, Mr. Constant moved to approve, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Motion to approve is on the floor. And then at the September 10th meeting, Mr. Weddleton moved to reopen the public hearing and continue to September 24th, seconded by Ms. Kennedy.
Okay. So I already closed the public hearing. Okay. Public hearing is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Already got that, right?
Or actually, we have a motion. We reopened the public hearing, and the motion persisted through the reopening of the public hearing. Okay. Okay. So we are now debating item 14G. Mr. Weddleton.
I feel really bad. I'm going to vote no on this. You know, I think stormwater utility is a good idea. It's been something I've been looking at for a long time, since, you know, my Hillside District Plan days, and I think case has been made that we should look at this and probably need it, but I'm just not willing to do this commitment to a loan, which pretty much commits us to the whole process without getting a little more clarity on where we're heading, and that is what we'll get in the next three ordinances, or next two ordinances in the resolution. So without knowing how those will go, I can't support this. I feel really bad about that.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. So I argued, I think, fairly passionately for this concept and to get on top of the drainage problems. And some of it were playing catch up. There's an old phrase, you know, the expression, one person or a couple said, "Did the ground move for you?" And I got to tell you, the ground moved for me from when this went from being the Anchorage Bowl to the whole municipality of Anchorage. Utterly different topography and issues and so on. So I'm lost. I'm gone until we get that issue resolved, because I don't see this as a municipality-wide issue given the topography. So I'm sorry to have to join Mr. Weddleton and perhaps Ms. Kennedy on not being in favor of the order in which we're proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a few questions for the administration, particularly about public engagement. If we appropriate or if we authorize this loan and what we're going to be using it for, I know that there was an RFP that went out as in anticipation of this funding. Can you, someone, Mr. Bockenstead, please address what public engagement is planned for in the RFP? And we have also a January 2019 report about whether we should proceed to look at a stormwater utility more robustly. And can you also talk with me a little bit about what public engagement has or hasn't happened since its release and why?
Sure. Jason Bockenstead, through the chair, Ms. Zelatel. I'll answer the second question first, since that, I think, predates the first question. Since the January 2019 report has been released, there hasn't been a whole lot of public engagement. And that is mainly because the places that we have gone, usually the first two questions that people ask are, what are the rates going to be? And the answer is, I don't know. Then the second question is, what's the service level going to be? And I say, I don't know. Then the third question that they ask me is, why are you here right now? You can't answer any of my questions. So that is why we have now moved into this next phase where we want to be able to collect all of that information. We want to do a better condition assessment. We want to figure out what is the level of service going to be. And all of those issues play into what are the ultimate rates going to be. Just to answer your final question, there is, within the RFP, going to be a significant amount of public engagement and a public campaign to engage the public. And I would just add the other part that I think can be a very strong avenue for additional public engagement that we are supportive of is the one of the ordinances that is coming up, which is the creation of the Stormwater Utility Commission. I think that can be very helpful in engaging the public. I think the way that it is currently organized, there will be at least one person or one member from all of the different areas around the municipality providing input. So I hope that answers your question.
May I ask just one quick follow-up? Does the public engagement you envision include the community councils?
Yes, it does.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I said before that I was going to have a hard time actually supporting this if we tried to do it first. Another example of putting the cart before the horse. And I was absolutely going to try to give this kind of the benefit of the doubt in terms of how this will all work out. And, one of the things I will say there, in terms of public process, I took it upon myself to visit all of my community councils, which, I do regularly anyway, but I brought this up in all of my community councils, and just to give people kind of an awareness. And I definitely heard from two presidents of two of my community councils. I heard from our local road board that Chugiak Eagle River area just doesn't see how this impacts them. And one of the things that I wanted to make sure of was that it wouldn't. And in order to do that, there are certain things that kind of needed to come first. The other part in that was, again, the same questions about rate structure, this whole study about rates. That needs to happen. And I have, without the work that I think Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance did, I don't really have a good way of moving forward, making sure that that would happen. Let's keep the horse before the cart. So it is unfortunate that we weren't able to kind of fine-tune some of the things that would play into the use of this $1.5 million. But I will say the other thing that I think kind of tripped this up a lot too was one thing to be really careful about is how we title some of the ordinances and agenda items. Because if you look at this one, this says to finance certain projects of the stormwater utility of the municipality. Now, you and I know there is no stormwater utility, and we know that there's a process now that might take us a couple years to actually get there. But when you did that, all of a sudden people thought, oh, wow, we have a stormwater utility, or we're going to have one, and we don't even get an opportunity to talk about it. So almost the way even when you put a title down, you're crafting a message. And unfortunately, we absolutely, even in the title, put the cart before the horse. And unfortunately, I'll be a no vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I was hoping that we could get to, maybe not unanimity, but a little bit closer towards shared acceptance, both of a set of facts and on a way forward. Doesn't seem like we're there right now, but I do think that there is at least a portion of this that we can agree to, and then perhaps we can get back on track, because I do think that there are some questions the administration can answer that would hopefully get us closer to passage. But before that, I'm now going to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14J, establishing a Stormwater Utility Advisory Commission right now. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak on that motion
Sure.
further?
And I consulted with the clerk and to make sure that motion wasn't out of order. So what would happen is we would, if you vote to approve my motion, we would take up item 14J right now. We would debate and discuss, and I would guess probably pass item 14J, the Stormwater Utility Advisory Commission. And then we would return to item 14G, which is, of course, the heart of the matter. And those are the two items I intend to support. And I think we could have done them in either order, but I think for some of my colleagues, perhaps it makes more sense to take up item J first.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak on this? No. Ms. Zelatil, are there any members of the body who wish to speak on this motion? Mr. Weddleton?
No, I suggest we go the order that we've chosen, and J is fine where it is.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, members may proceed to vote. That one's correct. Okay. This motion passes 8-2. So we will just turn to 14J.
So now we're debating 14J.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we do not have a motion yet on 14J. Okay. So we have before us item 14J, ordinance number AO 2019-113, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly establishing the Stormwater Utility Advisory Commission by adding a new section to Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 4.70, Utility Commissions, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code Sections 4.70.010 and 26.10.016. Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance and Assembly Member Weddleton. Public hearing on this item has been closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. It looks like I'm already, okay.
You did.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion on this item? Mr. Dunbar.
Yeah, I have two amendments here. So I think they should be in your packet. There was some confusion at the early part of the, looks like, yes, the clerk's office did get them in, so I thank them for their work there. So I would first move Dunbar Amendment number 1. Give it a second. We could
Second.
Thank you. Just speaking to it briefly, I really support the idea of the creation of a Stormwater Utility Commission. We've had great success with other commissions, including the current AWU Commission. But as the commission is now structured, the residents of the ARSDA are sort of systematically...
Point of order. I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a 113S. Are you...
Oh, I'm not...
And I don't have that in front of me either. But I think your amendments would be redundant with some of 113S.
There's
no S on the addendum.
There's no S on the agenda, and I haven't seen it on the addendum. But
14J1.
We have an S version on the addendum.
Okay.
Do we have copies of the S version?
Let me pull it up on the, let's see if it's in PACE. Oh, yep, okay. Yeah, I see it here. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
I don't think I have it.
Madam Clerk, the item that was moved and seconded, was that the original version and not the S version?
Okay, so...
One moment, Mr. Dunbar. Just to clarify which version we have before us. Okay. Mr. Dunbar, as the mover, would you clarify if you intended to move the original or the S version?
I will move the S version.
And Mr. Constant, do you still second the S version?
That was me, and I do.
It was Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, John, okay.
Okay, well...
That's the motion to
amend. Okay.
All right. Then, looking at it now, it makes things a little bit more complicated. I think I will withdraw my amendment number 1, but I'm going to move amendment number 2 and hope that we can do the sort of legal jujitsu necessary to allow it to apply to the second version. Because in the S version, what we've done is there is still no specific seat for residents of the ARSDA. There are specific seats for residents of the Hillside, Shuyak, Turnagain Arm, and Girdwood. I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton and Ms. LaFrance have done in terms of adding someone with hydrology specialty. I also appreciate what they've done in subsection D, whereas if something is not covered by the utility, it becomes an at-large member. But I still would like, and I know there is an amendment from Mr. Constant, and there's my own amendment to turn them all into at-large members. But I think that I'm willing to back off that position given subsection D that's been added, and instead go with number 2, my second amendment, which would basically, in this case, turn 6, this new subsection A6, into the new language that states 3 members who are residents of the ARSDA. And
did you make a motion to?
Yeah. Okay. So I move Dunbar Amendment number 2.
Second.
Thank you. So I would point out that even in this case, the residents of the ARSDA are dramatically underrepresented in terms of population. But I appreciate what Mr. Weddleton said at the work session. This isn't necessarily about population. It's about different sort of schema of drainage systems. But I still want explicit representation for the residents of the ARSDA, who right now are subsidizing a lot of other, because they are, especially in my district, we have a lot of residential property taxpayers, and they are currently, through their bond issues and their property taxes, subsidizing some non-taxpayers like the federal government and Providence Hospital, who are producing a lot of drainage, stormwater runoff. So I would like you to vote for this. And Madam Clerk, is it possible to make this apply to the S version? So,
through the chair, Mr. Dunbar, you amended your motion to approve the S.
Yeah.
And now you have a vote to amend, and it is to amend the S.
Okay.
Amendment number 2 is to amend the S.
Okay. All right. I'll stop talking for a bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, I support this, and I think it's a fine improvement. There is one technical change, and that is on the amendment. When you get, it says A, there is established a Stormwater Utility Commission consisting of 10, and it deletes 7. That 7 was already deleted in the S version, so move to amend Dunbar Amendment 2 so that where he shows 7 is deleted, what would be deleted is no less than 10.
Okay, got it.
That gets you where your amendment.
Yeah, I second that. And so I think what you're, yeah, all right. I'll second that amendment to my amendment.
And I guess maybe your title should be Proposed Amendment Number 2 to 113S. If that's.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any discussion by members on the amendment to the amendment? Okay. We'll go through the queue. Then Ms. Zelatel? Okay. We'll go to Mr. Constant.
I would like to see it all in writing. This is very confusing and hard to grasp what's going on here. And I'm inherently skeptical about the structure, even as amended, and so I would like to see it all clean and clear in comportment with the S version, because still, it seems things are outnumbered, and I would like to really contemplate the values and the needs of this commission in a thorough vetted process, and I think we should come back to this question in the next month or two and vet the conversation and decide who is proper to be on this body and not just be shooting from the hip to get there. And so I'm close, but I'm just not quite there, and I would like to see it all composed in some kind of orderly format, unified with the actual version we have in hand.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the moment. The concern I have here with the amendment and the amendment to the amendment is somewhat of an outsized impact by areas that we are not even
So if he's
certain are going to be included in the utility, as has been discussed. So I'm a little bit concerned there. What happens when the utility, if the utility moves forward and we learn that these aren't going to be members of the utility? How do we deal with that? And second is, we heard from some commercial property owners tonight, and they have a substantial stake in this, and they have one spot. I guess they could maybe also be, well, no, that says residents. So those are my concerns about this. I tend to agree with Mr. Constant that feels like a lot of detail when we don't know enough. If anyone's got answers to my questions, I'd certainly love them.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy, do you want to comment on the amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you. Madam Chair, thank you. I would kind of agree with Ms. Zalatel's last comments, too, is that I have reservations about this because, again, I will express the opinion from my community that we feel like we are not included in this whole concept. I heard in no uncertain terms from our road board. I heard from two presidents of two of our community councils, and my intent would be to try to remove Section 5 or A5B anyway. So kind of back to Mr. Constant's comment then about the about maybe postponing this. I don't know if that was what he was insinuating, but the idea of cleaning up, no. Okay, he's shaking his head.
If I might, it just would be deleting all the specific elements, creating the commission, and then working through a process collectively through work sessions to get to the point where we all agree. That's what I would do in my amendment.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Before we go to Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Bockenstead, did you wish to address the body?
I do. Thank you. And I think part of it is to answer Ms. Zalatel's, at least one of her questions, about what happens if at some point in the future a certain area, we decide Eagle River, Chugiak, or Girdwood are not included. I think that is taken care of on page 3 in section D, where it says if the service area of the municipality covered by the stormwater utility when it does not include one of the 3 districts in subsection A5, the seat representing that district shall be filled by a member chosen at large. So it would revert back, and we could either keep it at large or ARDSA or however the body would like to deal with that. On the larger question of just kind of figuring this out and seeing, I think we can. I think, looking at Mr. Dunbar's amendment, the only change that needs to be made is change, instead of 3 members shall be chosen at large, just say 3 members who are residents of the ARDSA. That's it.
That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstead. Mr. Weddleton, on the amendment to the amendment?
Oh, thanks. The amendment to the amendment, okay, I will restrain. I would say none of this was done shooting from the hip, though. This is all very carefully thought out. And we have different regimes for water, stormwater management, and it simply reflects that people understand those will be on this particular commission. I'm fine with ARDSA people. You have 20 on there. I just want to make sure we have LRSA and URSA people there. I'm very happy to hear that we're talking about the Anchorage Bowl, though I heard crystal clear MS4 applies to all of Anchorage, and that's what it will be. I'm glad that is not the case. D addresses that. Most of these cases come straight from our comprehensive plan, 2020 comprehensive plan. It is not new. It says distinguish urban and rural services areas within the Anchorage Bowl, and including when we address storm drainage. This is out of the comprehensive plan that you treat these areas as different because they are different. Nothing here was done shooting from the hip. It was very well thought out, and I think Mr. Dunbar's amendment is good. There were changes based on our work session. So anyway, speaking to the amendment, though, I think it's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Peterson, on the amendment to the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to mention that Ms. Zalatel was worried that there might not be representation enough from the commercial sector, and there are three members from ARDSA that could be from in any particular group. So if people from the commercial sector were interested in being on the board, they could certainly fill one of those 3 seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you. So, again, I wasn't meaning to imply that the structure that was created in the printed amendment was shooting from the hip. This conversation, though, is shooting from the hip. That's what I was pointing to. I still don't understand if in the new version we are talking about just 3 members from ARTSA or 3 members from ARTSA plus 3 at-large members. I don't understand how my neighbors have equal representation in this conversation, or as in so many other conversations in the city. And while I really appreciate the idea of having someone from each of those kind of larger functional areas that we have, I don't want my neighbors to be liable to or be subject to the decision-making processes by 5 or 6 members from an area that have no concept of what it's like where they live. That's just inherently not right to do to those people. And so I'm not sure we've come to a place yet in this conversation where I see that structurally the recommendations coming out of this committee will equally take into consideration the impacts of the rural side of our town and the urban side of our town. And so I would like to see this all composed into a unified document so I can understand what we're doing here, which again, I have an amendment that would simply strip out all of this detail and give us time to contemplate, but create the commission so we can start doing this work. And I'm just not sure what to do. I guess I could move my amendment. So I guess I'll move Constant Amendment 1 if I can get a second, which would essentially delete everything after there is established a Stormwater Utility Commission consisting of no less than 10 members. Can somebody second that?
Is there a second to Mr. Constant's motion?
Somebody?
Second.
Thank you.
I'll second. Okay.
Point of order. So where are we now? Are we to Dunbar's fail, or we moved on to?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. We were discussing the amendment to Mr. Dunbar's amendment, and during that discussion, Mr. Constant has proposed moving.
Okay, so we can vote on the underlying amendment, and then I can make my amendment.
Let's vote on the amendment to Dunbar's amendment.
Yep, yeah, that's fine.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, or are members ready to vote on that? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, and my question is just for a point of clarification. If we vote on Mr. Dunbar's, then we can still vote on Mr. Constant. He can still put his in.
Yep.
And we can kind of start the whole conversation over again. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So the first vote is going to be on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to Mr. Dunbar's.
Okay.
And then to Mr. Dunbar's. Okay?
Okay. The first vote will be Mr. Weddleton's amendment to Mr. Dunbar's amendment.
Can I speak to it too before we vote?
To Mr. Weddleton's amendment?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Dunbar.
So what Mr. Weddleton's amendment to my amendment does is leave the language from the S version in subsection A regarding 10 members. After his amendment passes, my underlying amendment will only change subsection A6. And this gets back to Chris's question. Chris asked if I was adding 3 ARSDA members on top of 3 at-large members. No, that is not what we are doing. If Mr. Weddleton's amendment to my amendment passes, my amendment will replace the 3 at-large members with 3 residents of the ARSDA. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Is there any further discussion on this item? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So we heard testimony earlier tonight that
on this motion,
that in this amazing hillside district, they encompass the whole of the hillside, including people that are inside of ARTSA and outside of ARTSA. That's the HALO group, right? And so the testimony from the president of the HALO group was that they are included inside and outside of ARTSA. And so what I'm still seeing here is that at least half of the seats, and potentially more, accrue to people who live in these rural neighborhoods, right? And so functionally speaking, we still have an inherent inequity inside of this. So I'll vote yes on this so we can proceed forward into the next question, but even this structure doesn't achieve equity in this community.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Just to correct that statement, it says 1 member for each road service area board in each of the following areas. from a road service area board needs to, Anchorage Hillside is defined by the Hillside District Plan that is outside of the Anchorage Road Drainage Service Area. So it's not both. This says that you're outside of it. I'd also point out that since we were assured by Mr. Bockenstadt that I heard incorrectly and that we were only addressing the Anchorage Bowl in this process, and I apologize for the error of some of us, and that making clear we're only addressing a stormwater utility for the Anchorage Bowl, Ardza plus the hillside and Stuck again. And since it's only Anchorage Bowl, then 5, B, and C would become at-large seats. Knowing that we're only talking about the Anchorage Bowl for a stormwater utility.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess for me, that still leaves enough confusion because even though this is an amendment and it takes care of changing this particular section, the one statement is still in there that says if, in that section D, if the area of the municipality covered by the stormwater utility when service commences does not include one of the 3 districts.
Is that a motion to amend?
No,
'Cause
that's
that can
already
happen.
in there.
Yeah, but you can amend it.
Well,
That's what we're doing here.
I'm trying to stick with, 1 or 2 amendments.
Oh, we
at
got
a
3
time.
lined
So,
up here.
I guess we could stack up 4, 5, or 6, but
think
anyway,
you can.
thank you.
Thank you for focusing on the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Dyson?
I need to be clear. Is what we're doing for the bowl plus maybe something, or
Through the chair, Mr. Dyson, what we are proposing and what has always been our goal is to do it within the Anchorage Bowl. At some point in the future, whenever that is, if other areas want to be included, we'd have to go through this entire process again. But for right now, it is just the Anchorage Bowl of what we're looking at.
we need your help to make sure that's very clear. Because I don't know how to refuse what the document says Ms. Kennedy is bringing up. But I want it very clear on the record. Jason, speaking to the administration, you're saying this whole thing is aimed at the bowl. If he isn't speaking for you guys, he is just for the bowl. Let the record reflect.
Put Mr. Mayor into the microphone.
Just for the bowl.
I'm speaking into the mic.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, well, the mayor's attuned to us. So I'm looking at what we passed on August 6th, 2019-88, where we added to our code statement, the Anchorage stormwater utility shall be regarded as a municipal utility for purposes of this code. So what we really meant was the Anchorage Bowl.
Oh, is this the yes? Must have to be the yes.
That the yes works for me really well.
Would someone from the administration care to respond?
Through the chair, I can respond purely to the legalese, which is that we have several municipal utilities, notably MLMP, which we've talked about quite extensively lately, that is a municipal utility but only serves a service area which is significantly smaller than the entire unified municipality. So I don't think it is an error to have adopted code language that says that it will be considered a municipal utility. There are various ways in which the code treats municipal utilities. I believe that was the intent of that language. Simply to classify the utility as a municipal utility. That actually has no bearing on the service area for the utility. It's simply a classification under code, and what we're now talking about is what service area effectively would we consider to be served by this. That would then be subsequently fleshed out in front of the Regulatory Commission when this, if this idea comes to fruition, when it becomes an actual utility with a service territory. But to the pure legalese of that original enabling language, it was simply to classify it under code.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any further
Well, I guess just to continue, this is very, very important, and I know it's my fault for mishearing what I clearly heard at a work session that it included, because we were told the MS4 permit was all of Anchorage, therefore this will be all of Anchorage, and I am very excited that that fact is not relevant and that we are just dealing with Anchorage Bowl here.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
Tell me what I heard, Mr. Corsentino.
Okay. Through the chair, I stirred up that hornet's nest, apparently. And so to be true to your statement is both correct and incorrect. The entire municipality of Anchorage is in the MS4 permit, including Girdwood and Eagle River. However, we can propose a service area that excludes them to both you and the RCA, but that's contingent upon approval from both bodies. So I'll leave it at that. The MS4 clearly states Girdwood and Eagle River are in the permitted area. If there's a map and everything else in MS4. Does not mean the utility needs to include it in the service area, but we do need to pass on that liability to some other entity per the MS4 permit. And again, when we submit that to the RCA or any other body that has to see that, they could comment on the service area.
So we don't have total control over this. We might go forward and they might say, all of the municipality. And that's important because what we're doing here said, we better leave if in there then.
I'm not the RCA, so I cannot answer that question.
But that's in the realm of possibility, you're saying?
But it is a possibility. I would think so. I'm not going to say with absolute, but it's a possibility. Generally, we'll accept your service area, but they could comment on it. Yes, so honestly, I do think it's a possibility. However remote it is, it is a slight possibility. I mean, you have a permitted area, and I honestly don't know. I mean, we would certainly, that's the whole point of bringing that up was we will look at that in this next phase. We will bring that issue up. We will propose not doing it, but because for good reasons, you know, there's good reasons for not including it right now. However, to be very fair and clear, so we don't run into issues, that's the kind of stuff we have to look at in this next phase. Service area and I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay, well, no, hold on.
And Mark, would you state your name for the record?
Mark Corsentino.
Thank you.
May I, because it's important in this ordinance with the commission that what is done is left open that those areas, should they be included, that they have representation on the commission. And it says if they're not, then those seats become at large. So if there's no likelihood, which was my preference, of those areas being included, then I'd like to just remove all that. But if there is a likelihood, I don't see harm done in including that in here as an if. And if at the end of this process they're not included, then they become at-large seats. That's a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Mr. Corsentino.
I thought it might be a question, but
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The plot thickens. I think my intent is to get Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River out of the language in this utility, period, dot. I don't have any other better way to say it. And I think any kind of amendment or language that leaves Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River in there, I'm going to have to vote no on. So I am going to vote no on this, and I'm going to look forward to Mr. Constant's amendment to see if we can make this cleaner, clearer, and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Wynn-Pearson?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak briefly to Mr. Weddleton's questions about the RCA and the service territory. A few points is one is the RCA cannot compel a utility to necessarily serve an area. We would go to the RCA with a proposed service territory, and they could potentially suggest conditions of approval for a new certificate of public convenience and necessity to create a utility, which we could either elect to not move forward, or we could elect to accept those conditions. So my understanding, and admittedly I have not spent recently I've spent many, many hours in front of the RCA, but is that they would be more concerned about a service territory in the event of a utility where suddenly we're leaving an area unserved. That's where they're looking at a service territory in terms of an area that wouldn't be receiving electrical service or receiving natural gas service. So I think the likelihood of what you're concerned about is extremely low in terms of the Regulatory Commission in some way attempting to force expansion of the service territory of a new proposed utility. It is, this is an unrelated point, but I also wanted to, several times in the comments, the public comments, there was the question of whether or not this type of legislative act needed to go to the voters for approval. And I don't know if that's come up previously in work sessions I've not attended. For the record tonight, I wanted to state clearly that this does not require voter approval. The municipality of Anchorage is a home rule municipality which has all powers not prohibited by law. Our charter, section 3.01, further specifies that the legislative power of the municipality extends to all matters not prohibited or limited by charter or law, and there is no limitation which will require the creation of a new utility to go to the voters. Our charter does contain, as we've talked about extensively in recent years, several provisions governing what happens when we sell a municipal utility. So if we ever seek to sell this utility, that is something that would need to be vetted by the voters pursuant to charter, but the formation of a new utility is not something that is required to go to the voters.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Seeing no other members in the queue, we will proceed to vote on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to Mr. Dunbar's amendment. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes 9-1. We now have the amended amendment before us. Mr. Dunbar, any final comments?
No, I think that if Mr. Constant moves his next amendment, there'll be more substantive discussion, but I think at the very least we could get it in a little bit better shape by passing this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would move Constant Amendment 1.
Second.
So the purpose of this amendment, Madam Chair, I thought we did just vote on it.
No, we voted his amendment to my amendment, so now it's my amendment.
We can wait one more vote. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We will proceed to vote on Mr. Dunbar's amendment. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes 8-2. Mr. Constant.
Now? Okay, I will, for the third time, attempt to move Constant Amendment 1, which strikes everything after members in Section A there.
Second.
Thank you. And we could go back and forth and we can solve this problem tonight, which will leave people growling that they weren't heard. And we could pass this amendment, pass this ordinance, create this commission, and then sort through the functional areas and the skills that we need in a thoughtful and deliberative way. And so I ask my peers to contemplate this method that I've proposed.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm going to oppose this amendment for two reasons. And I'll say that I appreciate where Mr. Constant is coming from. I think we both raised this issue, and maybe other members did too, at the work session regarding exactly this issue, where we felt the ARDSTA was underrepresented. And this is one way to perhaps improve representation for residents of the ARDSTA, but also, as you can tell just by looking at it, we could end up with no residents of the ARDSTA represented. So if someone that was so inclined were the mayor and were sufficiently influential, they could appoint all people from, the hillside or all people from Eagle River Chugan.
I said.
What's that? Go ahead. Yeah, and I appreciate that's not what you're proposing. You're proposing we create this thing, then we go back and we create the functional areas. I would submit to you that although I understand that my amendment did not create exact proportional representation, because to do that you'd have to have 15 residents of the ARDSA, and at that point you create a commission that is unwieldy, in my opinion. I want to support this. I want to oppose this amendment and hopefully pass this commission, because I think it is a necessary condition for some folks to support, I hope, the funding mechanism that gets us the rest of the way there. And to your point, Mr. Constant, about going back and fixing it, we could go back and fix it even if we don't pass your amendment. We could create the kind of commission we're proposing now after it's been amended by mine that has people from the ARDSA specifically represented, and we could go back and change them. But again, I am also persuaded by Mr. Weddleton's logic. I do think that if the hillside is going to be in the plan, and I think they are, they probably should have at least one person, even if it does make them disproportionately represented, because they are so different in the terms of how they do their business. Same with Eagle River Chuyak, same with Girdwood, although, as we've established, they don't really want to be. They probably don't want to be, and they probably won't be in the commission. But if they are, they should be represented. So again, I would urge opposition to this amendment and hopefully passage of the underlying ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
I plan on supporting this, even though I would certainly also support an amendment to this amendment that would specify a certain number of ARDSA representatives. But what I really wanted to do was also amend this amendment by deleting Section 2, subsection D, and that's it's just not needed. If you're doing a 10-member board where basically everybody is at large, maybe with some specific representation from ARDSA, but you don't need the statement that says if the area does not include one of the 3 districts. So,
Ms. Kennedy, would you repeat again which?
It's
item?
subsection 2, it's Section 2, subsection D, and that's line 20 of page 3.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I would second
20 to
that.
23. So, I know that doesn't help you guys. But
Madam Clerk?
I'm not sure if I understand that. Is Ms. Kennedy's an amendment to Mr. Constance? But I don't see where on Mr. Constance's amendment you are.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry.
if I might, what I would suggest she's doing, and I'm not sure that this is legal, but I think it is, she's adding to my amendment, strike out on page 3 of the proposal of the S version, lines 20 through 23. I know, she's amending that. She's proposing to add that to this amendment.
So it's an addition, not an amendment.
It's an addition, but it would be, I don't know why it wouldn't be legal. Yeah.
To an amendment? Okay.
Yes, that's
Okay.
exactly right.
So Ms. Kennedy's amendment is amending to include the deletion of another subsection. Okay. Okay. Mr. Peterson, did you want to speak to that amendment to Mr. Constance's amendment?
No, I was going to speak to Mr. Constance.
Okay. Ms. Zelatel, did you want to speak, okay, to the amendment? And Mr. Constance, did you want to speak to the amendment?
Yeah, I just would
amendment?
support it because it does clearly take care of an item that I hadn't seen before. It's helpful.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion on Ms. Kennedy's amendment to Mr. Constance's amendment? And again, this would delete a section that's not included here on Mr. Constance's amendment. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Just if you could repeat the line that the amendment is on so that I can find it, please.
Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you. Yes, it is line 20 through 23 on page 4 of the S version.
Page 4, I don't have that at all.
I'm sorry, page 3, sorry, of the S version.
That'd be 19 to 22.
19 is blank.
Madam Chair,
Really? We got different.
just for the cleanliness of the books, then we would also delete we'd leave the letter D and delete the E in the section before, because we would be lifting that item up.
Okay. Thank you.
Is she looking online?
Are we good? Okay. So are members ready to vote on Ms. Kennedy's amendment to Mr. Constant's amendment? Okay, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay. Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes. We are now back to the amendment as amended. I didn't see the tally. Was that 9-1? That passed 9-1. So we are now back to the amended amendment put forth by Mr. Constant. Mr. Peterson, did you want to speak to this amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I was just going to say, if we just are saying, well, we're going to make the commission 10 members, and we don't specify any specific group they're coming from, who's ever nominating those members could cherry pick the ones they want to get the result they want. Whether they're in favor or against, they could do it either way. And so I think it's better to have the representation already charted out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support Mr. Constant's amendment because I think that getting to equitable representation, especially in the creation of a new utility as we move forward, is really, really important. And that representation really needs to take into account those that will be potentially most affected by the utility, while still allowing for an opportunity for there to be members to provide expertise where there are unique features. And I'm not sure we know enough to particularly know who those members will be. Quite honestly, I wasn't sure exactly why we were having a member in good standing with the Bar Association be on the commission in particular, with experience in utility matters. Like, I wasn't sure of several of these qualifications. And so I guess I would like a better opportunity to flesh that out amongst us to make sure that we really do have equitable representation and we're getting at what we intend to get at, not simply putting people on putting positions on a commission so that we can hopefully find some common ground enough to move the other pieces forward. I think that's a hasty step that could have unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Both Mr. Peterson and Mr. Dunbar suggested that we need to know right now because another mayor could stack the deck. The ARTSA is a funny thing. The ARTSA spans into Ocean View, and this whole board could come from south of Diamond Boulevard. Every single person on it could be south of Diamond Boulevard, and that would represent a very small minority of all the residents in our community, the way that it is in the underlying amendment. And so I was not suggesting that we draft it like this and leave it like this, but that we create this as an open ticket of work that we need to do and sort out through whether it's the Utilities Committee or through any other process that we need to get there in the short term, but that we wouldn't have to accept an appointee from a mayor in the next 3 months, right? Because they would have to come before us for their appointment to this commission. And so I just think that this particular item defines how the votes are going to happen going forward. And the more time we spend contemplating the structure of this so that people off the road and on the road all have a fair shake, the better we're going to do.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, make a statement and ask a question. I agree that this item needs more thought, and I agree that this item needs more thought, and that we need to think very, very carefully about what the makeup of this is. And my question is there a particular reason, and maybe the administration or one of the members can help me with this, why this commission needs to be established today if we're not ready to determine what the representation is, what is the reason that this commission needs to be put into place today, as opposed to going back and figuring out the makeup of this and then creating the commission? So I'm confused as to what the push to make this happen when we're not clear on what the makeup is. Can someone from the administration speak to that, or I'm not sure who's qualified to speak to that?
And mine too. Actually, Mr. Weddleton, would you like to address that point?
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things, I guess also to address Meg's, is, why a lawyer and a professional engineer and someone expert in hydrology, that just parallels other commissions that are set up. The Solid Waste Services, I think they will have similar. So we just drew from other commissions and replicated it here. We didn't really do anything groundbreaking. Why do we have to do this tonight? I think it's pretty important because they're going to pull the trigger at 7 a.m. tomorrow on a $500,000 study. It's already been put out there, an RFP that has one word, public process, in the entire RFP. It's one place it mentions public process. If we look at the stormwater utility report published in January, it has a public process as part of the RFP, as part of the thing. They never did it. It wasn't done. We've heard very loud in testimony here, public process didn't happen. So this says we're going to make a commission, we're going to make it now. It's going to represent the different stormwater regimes that already exist in Anchorage and have representation from those. I mean, it certainly, everybody could end up from South Anchorage, I suppose, but more typically, if you look at boards and commissions, they're fairly broad spread, and you could have one hillside rep. Because if we're not doing Eagle River, we're not doing Girdwood and Turning an Arm, those two become at large. You have 3 from ARDSA, then you have an attorney and the engineer and the hydrologist or whatever. They could all be ARDSA, and likely will be, because that's where most of the people live. So this isn't to skew anything. The entire intent of including Hillside was to get representatives who know that very different stormwater regime than we have down here. And it's surprising to me to hear this viewed as skewing something to determine something. It was just, we want someone on there who knows how LRSAs work. Pretty plain and simple, and is this bizarre? It comes from our comprehensive plan. It says you will recognize the urban and rural areas when you do these things, particularly it mentioned, even called out stormwater. There's nothing groundbreaking in here. It shouldn't be anything scary. I mean, there's a lot of fantasizing. This will be heavily ARDSA because that's where people live, and we'll have one person from LRSA.
Madam Chair, if I could just continue a moment, then, because I'm not sure my particular question got answered, and we're still debating the makeup. And what I'm trying to figure out is, moving that argument aside for a second about what the makeup should or shouldn't be, if we can't decide on the makeup, what value is creating the commission today? And do you want to speak to that? I mean, I'd like to understand that because that's what's on the table right now. Not the discussion about the makeup, but whether this commission needs to be established today or not, with no particular makeup.
Through the chair, what do you mean by no particular makeup?
10 members. Not that's what's on the table, correct? Is it we're simply saying we're going to create it, but we're not giving any definition as to who's on it?
And Jason, would you identify yourself for the record?
Yes, Jason Bockenstead. And through the chair, I think I would agree with a lot of the comments that Mr. Weddleton just made about why this setup was selected. I think it is important to have a member of the bar that has experience in utility matters, because I think as we just kind of went through and Ms. Wynn Pearson talked about, the RSA is a complicated area of law, and having somebody that is on the commission that can help the other members think through some of those questions, I think is valuable. And same with having a professional engineer, being able to talk about why are we thinking about doing something this, or why is this master plan important? And I would say that I also believe that having somebody from LRSA is important, because I think as everyone as we've talked about, they are different. But I would also agree with Mr. Constant that the vast majority of people are within ARDSA, and they should be properly represented as well. So I don't know if that answered your question.
It didn't answer my question. So setting aside who should be on it and who shouldn't be on it, what value is creating the commission with no determination of who the representation is? If we're going to have to come back and determine what the representation is later, why wouldn't we just not vote on it tonight, then come back, create the commission with the representation created? I'm trying to understand if there's any value at all, and my impression is that that's not a question that we can answer. But I'd love to hear your thoughts about it.
Through the chair, Mr. Perez-Verdia, I think that is up to the body. I mean, if you do not want to create it with these specific sections laid out, or not create it at all tonight and come back later, I think that's up to the body.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm sorry I'm kind of talking so much about all this, but I've had a lot of conversations with people in my community. But I don't see the problem with having just the 10 kind of open-ended seats at this point, because appointing people to commissions is kind of a process in and of itself. And the people who are interested and the people who put in their application to the mayor's office are going to kind of go through a bit of a process anyway. And we're the ones that will get the final approval of exactly who those individuals are. So I think some things will kind of work themselves out as we go. I think the mayor would probably pretty well understand what the gist of all of this is from this body. And again, we get the final approval. So I think I can support it as it is. And just very selfishly, I'm just happy that Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River is, for once, not in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I'm having to take notes to keep up with what's going on, but I think Mr. Weddleton said this fairly well. We can pass this with the specifics about the participants and start amending it tomorrow. Just remember what we've done in the last, 18 months on the plastic bag thing. We've learned as we've gotten closer and gotten feedback, and the people who actually led that charge have led the revisions that experience and so on shows, and we can do that with this. See, Mr. Weddleton got right to the heart of this thing an hour and a half ago. Getting Jay done with, sets the stage for what this is, and he didn't threaten us and say, but I think he implied that if we don't get this straight, the money thing ain't going to happen. So he realized this is getting through this philosophical part is kind of the foundation on which the rest of our discussion and hopefully some progress. I'm sure you all see the limitations of having really old people on the board here, but there's some spectrum experience that happened. I have sat here and been in public policy during the reign of mayors who get close to defining the limits philosophically of what goes on. Guess what? They worked for the public purpose largely, and the general goodwill and good intentions of folks kept them from doing a lot of damage, and a lot of really good things got done. And people, from my perspective, have to take their hat off and thank for people from kind of the other end of the spectrum for having darn good things. And so I just want you to, I think it's erroneous to be overly worried about what some mayor in the future is going to do. That this community just will not put up with those things being too heavy-handed and goodwill and stuff. And let me tell you, if somebody's going to really distort the public process and stuff, they ain't going to do it over a darn storm drain. it's going to be where the big bucks and a lot of popular opinion are. And so I just encourage you to trust the good nature of the people who sit in these seats and do these things, and the community activists in our community. They're a good hand to draw to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. A final comment, Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would actually take a stab at answering your question, Mr. Perez-Verdia, and that really the simple answer is it could go either way, that we could not put in all of these positions. We could wait, and I think waiting is actually a reasonable path in this conversation, or we could put in positions and fix them later, right? And so the mover of this amendment, of this ordinance, in good faith, crafted a really thoughtful approach. And it's one approach. And I don't know that it captures the fullness of what we should be doing. And so that's why I continue to kind of stick in this conversation a little bit. And so it's really to give the public confidence in what we're doing will have a representative voice when we create the funding that will push this study forward. And so I think that's really the core answer to the question, is to give the public confidence they will have a seat at the table. Whether it's in 2 weeks or a month, tonight, I think there are arguments, and I believe that waiting on this one might be better than creating it. But that's not the question before us. So,
thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no one else in the queue, we will go ahead and vote on Constant Amendment 1. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
No.
Members may proceed to vote. That motion fails, 3-7. We now have the main motion before us. Is there any discussion from members? Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. I want to thank Mr. Weddleton for putting in the language here that we have an expert in hydrology. And we are dealing with stormwater like dealing with the tides. You're dealing with something out of our control. And having somebody that understands the geology and the hydrology of water and how it works through the geological structure and soils is very important. And I just wanted to recognize that specific expertise is exceptionally important in this, and Mr. Weddleton deserves the credit for putting it in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. I wanted to ask some clarifying questions of Mr. Weddleton, the creator of this ordinance. I'm sorry, and Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you.
Regarding Section 3, so, and I apologize I didn't have this conversation at the work session. So I'm reading this now, and I want to make sure that this doesn't preclude us. I don't think it can, because you can't tell a future assembly that you can't pass an ordinance. But I want to make sure that this is not interpreted to say that we can't pass item G tonight. That is to say, here it says, the Assembly shall not approve or adopt or approve a resolution or ordinance regarding plans or proposals for establishment, formation, commencement, et cetera, including master plans, capital improvement plans, long-term fiscal plans, service level and rate structure proposals. My understanding is that's exactly what G is supposed to get us to, is to create a master plan and to get a rate study at least. And I'm just making sure that we don't have a miscommunication here. Because it's true that G doesn't create a proposal, but it sets the groundwork for a proposal. So is there anything in item G that contradicts Section 3 of this ordinance?
And Mr. Dunbar, you are referring to item 14G?
Yeah, I'm talking about the, yes, item 14G that provides the $1.5 million to do things like, I believe it's doing things like master planning.
Right, and I believe Mr. Dunbar's question has to do with whether or not there's anything in this ordinance that's before us now that potentially conflicts with item 14G.
Right, so I'm kind of curious why Section 3 is even in this ordinance. because it doesn't have to do with establishing a utility commission. I suppose the argument is that this makes it so everything has to go to the commission. But section 3 of, let me double check, I'm still on the S version. Yeah, section 3 of the S version has all of these ostensible restrictions on what we can do by ordinance, which again I don't think is legal, but regardless, can one of you please answer if you think this in any way conflicts with item 14G?
I can.
Mr.
I just have a
Weddleton?
question there. So is your concern if we pass this now and then we go to the other ones, we go, wait, that has to go through this first?
Yes.
I'll tell you what, I have one other amendment that you should have in front of you, and we could also make the effective date tomorrow morning.
Well, can I also hear from the administration how they interpret this section?
Through the chair, Mr. Buckenstein may want to speak to this as well, but I think the distinction here is that G simply creates a funding mechanism, and so it doesn't actually specifically regard. I think the only thing I would say is that the term regarding is something that could be somewhat broadly interpreted, but I think that I would read specifically this to state that G is, again, just a funding mechanism, and that the product of G, those are the items that would need to go through this approval process. To the extent you somehow feel the need to be more specific, I think the one word I might suggest considering is that regarding, which is a very broad term.
Any further questions, Mr. Dunbar? Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson.
I'm sorry, Ms. Wynn-Pearson, where is the regarding exactly, or which line is it on?
I'm looking at line 35, right, of page 3 of 4 of the S version. Because it says that not adopt or approve a resolution or ordinance regarding plans or proposals for establishment. I wouldn't read G as being regarding, but again, that is a somewhat broad term. It's not simply an ordinance approving a plan or proposal. It's an ordinance regarding a plan or proposal. That's the only thing where I think there might be some room for wiggle room. If you yourselves feel like that is not sufficiently clear, then that might be the one thing to revise. But my argument to you, my presentation to you would be that G is simply a funding mechanism. It doesn't actually regard a plan or proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn-Pearson. Anything further on that, Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just also, I'm again point out that I don't think this can legally bind us. It says we shall not adopt an ordinance, but we could pass an ordinance that amended this, and while we passed an ordinance, right? I mean,
notwithstanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get out of the queue. Let me think about this for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking for some clarification as to really what we did with, I want to make sure that we amended the S version with Mr. Dunbar's amendment number 2. So that still leaves reference to Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River being part of the commission. And so I would like to move that we delete in section 2, subsection A, 5B, the line for Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River and.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment to the amendment?
I have
Or, actually, this is,
just the amendment.
sorry, on this amendment. Would you like to speak to it, Ms. Kennedy?
Yes, if I could. Oh, you have a clarification?
I'd love to, you to read it to us one more time.
Okay. To delete the sentence in section 2, line A, subsection A, 5B, which looks to me like it is line 37 on page 2 of the S version.
36.
Is it?
I think we have two
I
versions.
have 37, but I'm looking at the one on the, from the what's online that we have in our online version. So anyway, and it's just to scratch, to delete the Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River, so that there is no mention of them being part of the Stormwater Utility Commission. And just to speak to that, if I may, one of the things that I hope people understand is that Chugiak, Birchwood, and Eagle River has its own road service board. And of course, as property owners out there, we have implemented our own taxation program for paying for our road service and for our utilities, or for our storm drain utilities. So part of the concern with all of this is we are already taxing ourselves specifically for this purpose. We don't bond. We go directly to the property owner's taxation. So this is for us to, and this is a question for us too, for us to even be included in a utility, our question is, would we have to vote as a community to accept that? Would we have to decide we're going to change our taxation? I mean, all of it comes down to a community vote with those that I've spoken about. And I haven't gotten a legal opinion about that, so I can't say that that's really what it's all about. But because we are already a utility, if you will, because we pay directly into our from our tax base, this isn't something that works for our community. The second part of it is, in terms of just the stormwater drainage needs, we don't have them. We have a fairly new infrastructure. We are not on the same watershed as the Anchorage Bowl area. So again, this just kind of speaks to the fact that this is a community that is not really interested in being part of this because we don't have the need, and we already support that just fine through our current tax base. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Before we continue through the queue, Mr.
Thank
Vice
you.
Chair?
Yes, just because we have such an agenda tonight and there are a number of items that are must pass for the purposes of licensure and other items, I'm making a motion to extend the meeting to midnight and asking my peers to support unanimously in hopes that that is a ceiling and not a target.
Second.
Second. Third.
Extend.
All in favor, sigh deeply.
Madam Chair, is this a debatable motion? Okay. Is there any debate, discussion? Okay. Members may proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson on extending to midnight?
Yes.
Motion passes 10-0. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to extend debate on this item for another 15 minutes.
Second.
Thank you.
Any discussion?
We have a limit of an hour.
Anyone opposed? Can we do? Okay. We've extended discussion, seeing no objection, for another 15 minutes on this item. So returning back to the queue, Mr. Dunbar, do you have a question?
No, I was trying to comment on I think the queue is sort of screwed up, and I'm not sure who was commenting specifically on Miss Kennedy's motion, but I would like to if I'm next in the queue.
I also would like to.
Actually,
Can I go first?
I'm going to go through the queue, and if those who don't want to speak to Ms. Kennedy's amendment can just remain in the queue. So, Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, I was on for an amendment, but I instead will amend Ms. Kennedy's amendment. I would move to include deleting 5C regarding Turnigan Arm and Girdwood.
Second.
Okay. I'm not sure where we're at order-wise. So discussion on Mr. Weddleton's proposed amendment to Ms. Kennedy's amendment, which was seconded. Mr. Constant, you're next in the queue. Do you want to speak to this amendment to the amendment?
It's really the same. And I will support this at the will of the people whose neighborhoods this is their district. Though I do caution that you're writing yourselves out of the seat at the table. And that comes with risks of its own. I'll support you. And, buyer beware.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar, did you want to speak to the
Yes.
amendment to the amendment?
Yes, the amendment, but it's, as with Mr. Constant, the comment applies to both. I will support this even though I think it's ill-advised, but it does leave us with an interesting issue. We have amended it so there are now 10 members to this commission. You're taking away 2, so 2 are unspecified. Are they at large, or do you want to amend the ordinance so that there are only 8 members to this commission now?
I think with that deletion, D kicks in and they become at large. I would amend it to say that they come from Chris Constant's district.
No, but the way that D works, yeah.
I would actually offer 2 rural members for that because you're losing 2 rural members.
Yeah, but they're not going to be in the stormwater utility. It's like irrelevant members.
I think the way that D functions.
Who is in the queue? I don't see anybody who would like to speak.
Chaos. I apologize.
Ms. Zelatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think subsection D takes care of it because if they're not in the utility, then they're members at large. And if it comes to it, someone can later submit an amendment to the ordinance to change the makeup again.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. May I ask who seconded? Mr. Constant seconded the amendment to the amendment. Mr. Dunbar?
Yeah, if you read subsection D the way it's written, it says, if the area of the municipality covered by the stormwater utility when service commences does not include one of the 3 districts in subsection A5, we are now deleting 2 of those districts. So the law would have 1 district, even though D says 3 districts become at large. So you have to amend D, and you have to either address the 2 additional superfluous members or change the number to 8. Otherwise, subsection D contradicts the newly amended subsection.
Point of order.
Mr. Dyson?
Yeah. In the places where I've operated before, always in this kind of the process, and you say, and the scriveners will pick up the details. They'll renumber the lines, change the letters that when something gets deleted or added, and pick up those kind of details. And I think it's that the chair or whoever's proposing it can say, I've forgotten Pete, do you remember what the words were? Or Ethan probably does, but to clean up the details. Barbara's nodding like she knows. What's the right words I should have used?
Through the chair, code revisor.
Say again? Yes, yeah. All right. For what it's worth, that streamlines this kind of thing, even though the points raised are valid.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Ms. Jones, are we able to refer that to a code revisor in this case if there would be an inconsistency with language that passes with an amendment?
Through the chair, I think that is possible. I see that Ms. Wynn Pearson is not here. The code revisor works in the municipal legal department, but I would suggest that we ask Mr. Gates and Ms. Wynn Pearson that question after you make a decision on these ordinances or amendments. And I think after the fact, they can address it. If they decide it's more than a Scrivener's error, I think they can come back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, I think Mr. Dunbar makes a good point. It's inconsistent if D remains like it is. So we have an amendment now to strike 5B and 5C. And since we've been assured this only covers the bold, D becomes fairly irrelevant. unless, I mean, it kind of suggests the hillside won't be included, which has never really been suggested.
So we can just make the last two at large.
We could strike D and make 5 members at large.
No, 2 members at large.
Mr.
You're going
Weddleton.
from Yarsta.
Are you proposing,
Oh, because you had an amendment that was large.
Yeah, 2 members at large.
are you proposing a further amendment?
I would propose to make the current amendment to strike 5B and 5C. Strike D, lines 19 through 22 on page 3. And got to read Dunbar Amendment. Where do we land there? Add a line 7.
Exactly.
A new line 7 to section A that would say 2 members shall be chosen at large.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you get that amendment, those changes? Not yet.
He already had a second on that one, and I would not object to the changing of the underlying motion.
So, Mr. Weddleton, this is a revision to your original amendment to Ms. Kennedy's amendment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. 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 Mr. Constant.
I actually was in the queue to just ask that we actually deal with this question as opposed to leaving it for a revisor, so we did it. I'm okay. I think it's the wise path.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Wynn Pearson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Chair, Mr. Bockenstedt, and I were just discussing that, I believe, and I apologize if you discussed this, I excuse myself to the restroom briefly, and I understand there was a legal question in my absence, but I believe that D would need to be deleted if the sub 7 that you are suggesting, if that's already part of the
It is.
thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Weddleton's amendment to Ms. Kennedy's amendment? Okay, seeing no further discussion, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, members may proceed to vote.
There we go. Look at
The amendment to the amendment passes 10-0. We are now back to the amended amendment put forth by Ms. Kennedy. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing no,
I just want to say thank you to the maker for putting through this fight. It was really well thought out, and we certainly raked it over the coals. So I just say thank you.
thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote in the amendment?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. The amendment passes 10-0. We are now back on the amended main motion.
I have
Is-
an amendment.
Is there any discussion, Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment Number 1. And this needs a slight modification, given our changes here. But do you have this in front of you? And basically, well, I will read it. This adds to page 3 at line, it is actually 19 in what I have in front of me.
Did we get a second on that amendment?
Oh,
I would second. I just have a slight amendment to propose to it.
okay, I'll read it and then we'll.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, so this is page 3 at line 19. Add a new section which would actually be D. The manager of the watershed management section of Project Management and Engineering Department or staff designated to provide administrative support shall notify community councils of openings on the commission and request recommendations for candidates. And it would re-letter, no, it wouldn't have to re-letter. The amendment that you have in front of you shows the next section re-lettered, but that's not necessary.
And if I might, Madam Chair, the amendment that I would make to this is I would, rather than have it read or staff designated, I would have that read or designee, because we are intending to hire a contract company that's going to help with the public outreach.
And, excuse me, Mr. Constant, we don't have a second?
I second.
You did second?
No, I absolutely did second it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Mr. Weddleton's amendment has been seconded.
Yeah.
I apologize. Thank you.
Right, and that's the only change I would make, is call it or designee, so that it isn't restricted to a staff person, but it could be the paid professionals that they're hiring to do the master planning process. And so it's a slight change, but I think it's a meaningful change. So then we don't have the utility staff running around doing the public outreach, emailing councils. Instead, it's the people who are actually engaging with the community.
I'll second that motion or amendment.
Any discussion on Mr. Constant's amendment to Mr. Weddleton's amendment? Seeing no further discussion, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote.
The amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Constant's amendment to Mr. Weddleton's amendment passes 10-0. We are now back to the amendment proposed by Mr. Weddleton. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just curious, why the manager of the watershed management section?
The section prior to that says they will be the staff for the commission, and it just makes it extra crystal clear.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Seeing no further discussion on this amendment, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote on the amendment. The amendment passes 10-0. We are now back to the main motion. Any further discussion on this item? Ms. Zelatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The section that Mr. Dunbar pointed out earlier about restricting future actions until after the commission has had a chance to review it and make recommendations, I think that may affect two other items that we have coming up, 318S and 106. So the way I read it, those particular items are asking for, are not necessarily just funding mechanisms regarding, they fall kind of more directly in line with that paragraph. So I just wanted to raise that so we don't potentially have unintended consequences. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatil. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote on this item. That motion passes 10-0.
Decent our time.
Okay. Madam Clerk, I understand that we need to take action on 7 items tonight. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Vice Chair, would you make a motion?
I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 14M, 14N, 14W, 14Y, 14Z, 14AB, and 14AC before we go back to item 14J.
Second.
Any discussion?
Or is it G? I'm sorry, 14G. Yep.
Any discussion on this item?
I'm sorry, did you say 14AA as well? You said 14AB and 14AC.
Not 14AA, MNWYZABAC before going back to G.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote on changing the order of the day. This motion passes 10-0. We are now on item 14M, resolution number AR 2019-296, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant when tendered of $419,361.33 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 for a transfer of responsibilities agreement, TORA, for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions, AMATS.
Waive reading.
University Medical UMed District Transportation Demand Management Study Grant. Thank you. This item is now open for public hearing. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name is Carolyn Ramsey. I am Chair of CRD UMed, or Citizens for Responsible Development UMed, for those of you that haven't been through this before. I'm here to talk tonight about this proposed amendment ordinance money pass-through. The wording that has been proposed is extremely subjective and something that we would like to alter and change. It doesn't support the current UMed district plan as it has been written. So the change that we will propose and support is that the wording be changed to the Transportation Demand Management Study will examine incoming traffic from all parts of the Anchorage Bowl and the Mat-Su Valley to determine the options for reducing single-occupant vehicle travel into the UMed district and the potential to increase transit-related multimodal access options. This project will support the goals of the UMed district plan. That paragraph is directly out of the UMed district plan. So heaven forbid we actually have a plan for a district and we not follow it. So the language that was proposed does not follow the UMed district plan. So while it's not perfect, and both sides will say it's not perfect, I believe that we should follow the plan. So that's what I'm here to advocate for tonight. I also do have a letter. Sorry, there's only one copy, but I will hand it over. It is from the president of the UACC, or the University Area Community Council, because this road or this project or this, however it pans out, is his district.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey.
And the other thing to attach to this, while we said it was subjective, is the writing in here. It says that the TDM, which we're asking for a TDMS, not a TDM, which is Transportation Demand Management Study, is that are attainable, enforceable, business sensitive, and outcome based. How do you know what it's going to be if you haven't studied it? You're predetermining an outcome before it's even been done. So hence we're asking to please stick with the UMed district plan, and let's follow that plan.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, the public hearing for this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Any discussion? Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to introduce Assembly Memorandum AM, I'm not sure, that's blank, 209. It was just laid on the table. It requests, it puts into the record basically the exact language Ms. Ramsey just testified to, and keeps the language consistent with the UMed district plan. Thank you.
Second.
Yeah.
And seconded by Mr. Constant. Any discussion on the memorandum? Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support this substitution. I prefer the language put forward by Ms. Zalatel and described by Ms. Ramsey. Just a process question. I just want to make sure we're replacing the other memorandum, right? We're not having both memorandums pass. So how does that work exactly? Is it an amendment that replaces the whole, or how does that, what's the appropriate motion?
Through the chair, this is a motion to introduce. It's adding this AM to this item. It will get a new number tomorrow when the clerk's office processes it. The old AM is still there. There will be 2 AMs related to this item.
Should we delete that one? Could we then do a subsequent motion to delete the old AM? It's not how it works.
Through the chair, I think that might be a question. I think you would need to pull that AM, but I think you might need to check with the administration on that one.
Through the chair, if I might, I actually don't have the revised AM in front of me, but I'm also not certain that you can delete an AM provided by, this is an administration-introduced ordinance, and the AM is required by code from an administration-introduced ordinance to explain the intent, legislative intent of the administration, and it contains the fund certification, which again is a requirement provided by code. So I think you could certainly add a subsequent AM, which I now have, which could supplement the record and make clear the legislative intent of the body. But I also do not believe that you have the power, nor I think it would be an incomplete and unpassable ordinance if you deleted the AM, which contains necessary fund certification information required by code.
Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson.
Can I ask a clarifying
Mr. Dunbar?
question then to the clerk and to Ms. Wynn Pearson? If as this money is being spent, it comes down that the intent of the administration in your AM contradicts the legislative intent of this body that's approving this, which of them predominates?
Through the chair, I think that the intent of this is the legislative power rests with the Assembly, so your intent in passing would be the clear, that would be, again, the legislative intent you're legislating, so that would be the dominant voice in determining what the intent of the body was.
I agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Mr. Weddleton?
I think I'm good, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you. More of a technical legal question as well, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Is there precedent for us taking and amending the intent language in the memorandum created by the administration, say, taking the language here and moving it into there? Or is that just kind of forbidden action, separate from the fund certification and all those other technical lines that are of merit?
Chair, I'm not aware of precedent where you have sought to amend the AM drafted and provided by the administration. I think that personally, I think the appropriate action is to introduce a supplemental Assembly memorandum which explains and formally articulates the intent of the body.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Wynn Pearson. Seeing no further discussion, we will now vote on the motion to introduce this memorandum. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This motion to introduce passes 10-0.
Madam Chair, did we need a third on that motion to introduce? Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Thank you, Ms. Jones. We are now on the main motion. Any further discussion? Okay. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote on this item. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14N, resolution number AR 2019-297, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating a grant when tendered of $125,808.40 from the State of Alaska Department of Transportation and Public Facilities to the State Direct Federal Pass-Through Grants Fund 231900 for a transfer of responsibilities agreement for the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions, AMAT's Chugach Way Area Transportation Element Study for the
Waive
planning.
reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14W, resolution number AR 2019-316, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating an amount not to exceed $2,396,742 of Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area fund balance to the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund within the Anchorage Police Department to pay legal fees and judgments, Office of Management and Budget. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote.
I vote yes.
Okay. Look good? Okay. This item passes 10-0. We are now on item 14Y, resolution number AR 2019-320, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new beverage dispensary tourism liquor license, number 5814, for Pemberley Hotel Group Limited Partnership DBA Clarion Suites Historic Downtown.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing for this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
This item has been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, we will proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. Mr. Dunbar? Oh, got it. This item passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14Z, resolution number AR 2019-321, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 5820 and restaurant designation permit for Original LLC DBA Original, located at 400 D Street, Suite 1B, Anchorage.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 10-0.
Just a quick note for the record, if we didn't pass that, the ombudsman would be very mad.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. We now have before us item 14AB, resolution number AR 2019-331, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana cultivation license number M10237 for Alaska Sense, LLC, DBA Alaska Sense, stating the Assembly's conditional protest of the renewal of State of Alaska marijuana license number 10237 for the same establishment respectively, and authorizing the municipal clerk to take certain action. Public hearing on this item is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to testify?
Jana Weltzine, attorney for Alaska Sense. I did notice in this AR that there were two issues. One was the lack of certification from land use, saying that there was not a valid CCO. There is a valid CCO in place, and I brought copies of the site plan that is being worked through the city department to show you if you were interested, but it's late in the night, if you show you the issue that's kind of holding them up, which is a detailed drawing of the stairs. It needs to be stamped by a structural engineer, and go figure, structural engineers are kind of busy right now with all the earthquake damage. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions relating to the cultivation.
Thank you for your testimony.
Not yet.
Mr. Weddleton has a question.
You have a valid CCO. How long is that valid for?
It expires at the end of October 31st. And if you want the site plan, that's the issue is the stairs on the exterior that need to be stamped and drawn by a structural engineer, and I have that if you're interested.
May I just briefly? So you expect to get a CO?
So once this site plan gets formally approved by the city, then the stairs have to be built. And so it just depends what time of, if it starts snowing in October, it's going to be difficult to build them. We do hope that the city will be reasonable and extend the CCO if the site plan is approved and the plans to build the exterior stairs are approved. I wouldn't see why that CCO wouldn't be extended unless there's something the body knows that I don't. It seems pretty common practice.
All right, thank you.
Oh, and Steve from Land Tech is here. He's the one that drafted the site plan, if you have any questions for him.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
We've got
Mr. Weddleton.
three amendments.
Close. Slightly different.
Two. Sorry. One's for a different one. I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1.
Second.
This adds a new condition in Section 2 that requires the application to come back before the Assembly with confirmation of a valid conditional certificate of occupancy or a final certificate of occupancy, and prior to the issuance of the license. If the certification is not received, the application will come back to the Assembly in 3 months. The new wording is page 2 at line 42. The clerk shall bring the application back before the Assembly once certification from Land Use Enforcement has been received, or if the certification has not been received in 3 months. I could speak to it briefly. I mean, this has been, I think for 3 years, they've been operating on the CCO, which is quite long. And my understanding is code enforcement is saying, we're kind of done. You need to get that thing fixed. And it was waiting for a site plan to be done. So it sounds like they're getting it on track. They have the site plan done, and they just need to build the steps. So this just gives them 3 months to do it. And if not, they come back.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on this amendment? Okay. Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This amendment passes 10-0.
Do you want me to do this one? Has your name on it, Chair.
Okay, you could just move it. Sure, Mr. Whittleton, if you would move that.
I move Assemblymember LaFrance Amendment Number 1.
Second.
This adds another condition to Section 2 that requires the applicant to come back before the Assembly in 3 months with an update on the status of odor issues. Page 2, add at line 45, the clerk shall bring the application back before the Assembly in 3 months for update and Assembly review of the status of odor issues.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton.
Chair recognizes Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Honest, has this operator had odor violations previously?
Ms. LaFrance, this operator had odor issues previously. On their last renewal, the Assembly passed AR 2018-252S1. In that AR, they were required to have monthly odor inspections for 6 months. That was from September 2018 to March 2019. And then a report to the Community and Economic Development Committee from Land Use Enforcement was also required with that. So based off of the monthly inspections from Land Use Enforcement, which were submitted to the CEDC committee, the operator didn't have any violations during that 6-month period.
Okay. So there have been no other violations within that for 6 months? Is that
correct? Within the 6-month period for the monthly inspections.
Okay. I would like the licensee to come back to us in 3 months to update us on the status of the alleged odor violations. If the violations are found to be valid by the hearing officer, this proposed condition would give us the opportunity to address the potentially continuing odor violations. Is that it? Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. I support your amendment, and it was myself and Mr. Rivera's understanding that there's a current series of odor notice of violations that have recently occurred. If there's not someone from code enforcement who can talk about those, maybe the licensee could even provide an update on what the current status and the most recent dates of those are.
Actually, Ms. Honest, if you would address Ms. Zelatel's questions.
Through the chair, so code enforcement did send notice to the clerk's office as part of our review process for applications. They spoke to the Community and Economic Development Committee in August regarding concerns about notices of violation for a couple of different operators. This one was included. They mentioned that they had some pending odor violations that had yet to be served to the applicant. And since we were sent notice that they have been served and they are now pending with the administrative hearing officer. So there are 6 incidences, and they range from September 6th through September 17th. So this is an open case. They have not been violations. There's still notices of violations. So pending the hearing, they'll have answers to that.
Any further questions, Ms. Zelatel? Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you. Yes, I'd just like to hear briefly from the licensee about this.
Yes, so those notice violations were in September, so I'm not sure about the August violations that weren't received. And, my client has to do the math. Does it cost her more to pay those fines, or does it cost her more to pay me to appeal those fines? So I wouldn't take her going ahead and paying those fines and not using more of the hearing officer's time or more of my time as anything negative. I will let you know that Ron Thompson Scope Engineering has submitted and been approved one set of mechanical plans to implement an odor control system. However, he's going to be submitting a change order and has submitted a change order, and those have not been approved, and so he has to resubmit those for the ventilation system. This is the same ventilation system he installed at Danish Gardens that seemed to fix that problem, so we're hoping to have a good handle on it. But the permitting system, has to go through the regular building permit system, so it's not an immediate thing where you can just submit the plans and run it through. It has a process.
And Ms. Weltzine, would you state your name for the record?
Janet Weltzine, attorney for Alaska Sense.
Mr. Dunbar, did you have anything further?
Well, I guess then, are you opposed to this amendment to have you come back in 3 months?
I mean, it's just 3 months is kind of short because we have to finish getting it permitted and then install it. So 3 months is kind of short. I think something a little bit longer would be more doable. I mean, otherwise we'll come back in 3 months and say, we finally got it approved and we're installing it and we're hopefully going to have an inspection here to bring it online. So, it's a lengthy process. So I think 3 months is pretty short, but we'll just come back and update you the best we can do.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
My comment was just going to be, with all of those concerns, if there are pending matters, moving matters, in 3 months, we can, if it's built in, have that talk then.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Well, 30 days might seem tight, but I think there should be a sense of absolute urgency on this, because we've had odor violations from this building with the 2 operations there for a number of years, and we drew a line a while ago and we said we're going to check you constantly because we had a problem. You should be really desperately urgent, say we will fix this, and it sounds like you are, but it should be like screaming priority, and I don't necessarily get that sense, and partly because you've had the CCO out there for 3 years, and apparently all it took was having someone draw some steps, and it's like I don't get the sense of urgency that we feel we should be seeing on this.
Mr. Welton, with the Janet Weltzine, for the record, with the site plan, that was the site plan that the city approved that was not able to be actually implemented on the site. And so the city approved a site plan 3 years ago, give or take, that was not a realistic site plan to be able to actually install on the physical landscape of the site. So we had to re-engineer it, get a whole other set of design professionals on board. And the stair issue is, and maybe Steve could talk more to this. Would you like to?
I'm Steve Callahan, site designer for the project. I got involved about a year ago in this project. I wasn't exactly aware that it had started several years ago. Some of the tasks I became involved with was surveying the site and coming up with a site plan that would work. Several months ago, we began working on the site plan. The original site plan that was approved was not functional as it was drawn up. Several complications do exist with the site. One of them is the fact that it is bordered on the south side by Tudor Road. The Alaska Department of Transportation would not allow us to do any sort of improvement within the DOT right-of-way. The municipal ordinance requires pedestrian connection to the right-of-way. So after working closely with traffic over this took several months to work out. Working with the traffic department, we were able to get the pedestrian access to Bering Street approved. And consequently, the site plan had to change. And we also updated items such as the parking. There were issues with the traffic flow and developing a one-way traffic flow through the site. That took several weeks to working with traffic to get the plans approved.
Any further questions, Mr. Weddleton?
Well, yeah, following up on that, so whose responsibility is it to submit a site plan that works? I mean, so the applicant submitted a site plan that simply wasn't possible. And so it goes to Public Works or permitting. They look at it and go, okay, an engineer did this, stamped it. Presumably it works, and if it works, it's good. It's okay. But now we're hearing, well, it sounds like the blame is going, the city approved it. Okay, but in fact, isn't the responsibility on the applicant to have us present a site plan that actually works? And we did not get that, and that was 3 years ago.
I can't say necessarily it's the fault of the applicant. Could have been the fault of the professional that was engaged to provide the plan.
Right, but that lands on the applicant. I mean, it's not the city's fault. They approved a plan that they assumed worked because it was presented to them, and then on the ground it didn't. But that lies on, I mean, it's the duty of the applicant to say, here's a plan that will work, and come back 3 later and go, oh, they stamped something that wouldn't work. Well, that's...
Unless you had another professional reviewing the plans, would have been tough for someone to say that this plan would not work. The reason it didn't work was because it was accessing the right-of-way along Tudor Road for the pedestrian access. That was the primary reason that site plan did not work. Okay. It did work functionally, but the failure was in asking DOT if you could, use their right-of-way, and that was not a consideration.
We have one more question.
I just think the real question is, are you feeling a sense of urgency to get this done?
Yes.
Thank
yes,
you.
I was at permitting today and last
Thank
week.
you, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton, are you back in the queue? No. Okay. Mr. Peterson. You're up.
Okay.
On the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just saying, 3 years ago, this was a new industry. We had people, engineers, drawing up plans for something that they had never drawn plans for before. So it makes sense that there were some errors made. And so as we're progressing in these businesses, in this industries, continuing to mature, there'll be less errors like this. But when you're starting from scratch, it's kind of hard to get it all right the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. The motion passes 10-0. We now have the main motion in front of us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. Oh, got it. Okay. The motion passes 9-1. We now have before us item 14AC, resolution number AR 2019-332, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly regarding the renewal of municipal marijuana retail license number N10236 for Alaska Sense LLC DBA Cannabaska, stating the Assembly's conditional protest.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all?
Jana Weltzine, attorney for Alaska Sense, here to answer questions. Also wanted to note that the retail tax liability has been paid. I brought copies of payment, and so if there's any questions about that, I'm happy to disperse that to the body.
Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton?
I'd like to move Weddleton Amendment 1, and you'll see it is for AR 2019-332. In yellow, the agenda item is incorrect. It should be 14.AC. And this is similar to the previous one, and it adds a condition in Section 2 that requires the application to come back before the Assembly with confirmation of a valid conditional certificate of occupancy or a final certificate of occupancy prior to the issuance of the license. If the certification is not received, the application will come back to the Assembly in 6 months. So that adds Section 2, beginning at line 44. The clerk shall bring the application back before the Assembly once certification from Land Use Enforcement has been received, or if certification has not been received in 3 months.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on this amendment?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This amendment passes 10-0. We now have the main motion before us. Is there anyone who wishes, or do any members wish to speak on this item? Seeing no further discussion, we'll proceed to vote.
Sorry, through the chair, it was very confusing. I believe Mr. Whittleton said 6 months, but I think that the amendment said 3 months, so it's 3 months, correct?
Three.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make
Sure,
clear.
thank you for asking.
Did I get Ms. Quinn Davidson? Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on this item?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes 10-0.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Dunbar?
I move to change the order of the day to take up item 14AA now.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Dunbar?
Can I explain that? This is the last of the marijuana licenses that's on our agenda tonight. It's an East Anchorage license, and the applicant is here. And there should have been a resolution from the Northeast Community Council that I laid on the table that you saw, stating their non-objection. So I'm hoping this will move relatively quickly.
Any discussion on this motion? Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on changing the order of the day to take up item 14AA now?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. The motion to change the order of the day passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14AA, resolution number AR 2019-329, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for B2H LLC, a marijuana retail sales establishment with license number M15019, doing business as the Treehouse AK.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
Jana Weltzine, attorney for B2H LLC, doing business as the Treehouse AK. I just wanted to let the Assembly know we did bring copies of the signed memorandum of understanding with the Northeast Community Council. It sounds like you already have the resolution, so if you're interested in that, we have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weltzine. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? Mr. Whittleton?
We looked at this on September 5th at the Community and Economic Development Committee and recommended approval, and the only reason we delayed it was just to give them an opportunity to bring the MOU up, and appreciate your doing that.
Thank you, Mr. Whittleton. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This will be the first license that will be approved for Mr. Dunbar in my district. It'll be the farthest east license in Anchorage. So hopefully people from our side of town won't have to drive all the way across town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Seeing no further discussion on this item, Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes 10-0. We now have before us item 14G, ordinance number AO 2019-87, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, providing for, authorizing, and approving a borrowing program for the municipality in the aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $1,500,000 for the purpose of providing funds to finance certain projects of the stormwater utility of the municipality. Finance Department. Public hearing on this item has been closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Second, third time.
Okay. Mr. Constant.
Thank you. We've kind of been around and around on this, and I say vote yes, support the process to answer all the questions. How will it be structured? What will the fees and fines and rates and how will people be charged? All of those questions will be answered in the fullness of the master planning process, so I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also urge support of this item. The purpose of this item is pretty simple. It's to let us gather the information so we can discuss the issues that were raised in public testimony tonight, so we can avoid redundancies, create cost efficiencies, and ensure equity of this utility. Please vote yes.
Thank you, Ms. Zelatel. Mr. Weddleton?
I've talked enough on it. Thank you. What goes back? That's clever.
Mr. Weddleton?
Oh, I'm done. Thank you.
Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I urge my colleagues to support this tonight. We heard from members of the public that are concerned about rate studies and wanting detail on the formation of this stormwater utility. And that's exactly what this does. This gives us the funding needed to answer those kind of critical questions. And I was persuaded by the administration's description of the necessity of this in order to get an accurate rate study. So you talk about putting the cart before the horse. It's too late for me to do that analogy accurately, but this is whichever is supposed to come first. This is the one that's supposed to come first. So I urge my colleagues to support this.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just going to repeat something that Mr. Potter said. 75% of our pipes are failing or close to failing. Something has to be done. Otherwise, we end up spending more to fix emergency breaks than if we were able to plan ahead and make the repairs in a more normal time of year. If we end up having to do it in the wintertime, it's going to cost us more. So I urge a yes vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Dyson?
Yeah, thank you. The debate around this table and presentations and editorials I've read have changed my mind on several issues over the last few weeks. It's been a high level of discussion, and I have to admit sometimes I've been wrong. But one of the things we heard a lot about in the early part of this night is that we haven't done a good job of letting the public know this is even an issue, let alone what it's about. And I think we ought to delay doing this, give ourselves 60 or 90 days to do a good demonstration or a show and tell to the public about what the issue is and the process we're going through. The best salesperson I know currently is our city manager, who always manages to convince me, and his presentations have been excellent and persuasive. So I'm going to vote no, but I'm very much in favor of this getting done, and I wish we had done a better job on the public relations and letting the public know. And several of you saw that more clearly than I did a few weeks ago, and I should have supported you in that then, but thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dyson. Seeing no one else in the queue, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Members may proceed to vote. This item passes 6-4. We now have before us item 14.
Madam Chair, I would also move to change the order of the day now to take up item 14X. It's another license, and It's a matter that had been brought up to me before. I think it's pretty light. We can take care of it in a minute if someone would second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
A public hearing, right? Don't we have to do a public hearing?
Discussion on changing the order.
Oh, that's right.
The motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 14X now. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, how do you vote on changing the order of the day?
Yes.
Mr. Weddleton, were you in the queue on this item?
Well, maybe I jumped too late. Sorry, I don't support changing the order. I think we have stormwater utility stuff to finish.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton.
So I'll vote no, but that's why.
We'll proceed to vote. Somebody voted? Okay. The motion to change the order of the day passes 8-2. We now have before us item 14X, resolution number AR 2019-328, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcoholic beverages conditional use for beverage dispensary license number 1244 for Matanuska Brewing Downtown LLC, DBA Matanuska Brewing Downtown Brew Pub. Thank you. Public hearing on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? And please state your name for the record and spell your last name. You will have 3 minutes.
Sure, my name is Matt Tomter, Tomter. Chris, thank you. We're just trying to drink beer on the deck. So we just got the license transferred to Matanuska Brewing Company tonight, earlier about 5:30, and this just allows us to start serving alcohol outside on the deck. We've got neighbors on both sides of us that serve alcohol on the deck, and we'd sure like to get that done. That's pretty much all I got to say, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. We do have a question from Mr. Weddleton.
This is the old Brown Bag, right?
Yes, but we are not affiliated with them whatsoever.
But it's the same issues, though. It's people drinking out on a bar deck, making noise, and your neighbors, they have no tolerance for noise.
Well, we have a really good relationship with our neighbors there, and we operate 3 restaurants in the municipality, none of which have had any problems ever with any of our neighbors. We have a Midtown location, an Eagle River location, and we're downtown now. We enjoy a relationship with the people at the Turdigan Arms Apartments. We've done a good job working with them. We haven't had any problems with those guys. And we close early. I mean, we close at midnight. I think if you read the packet there regarding the deck, there'll be no outside music or anything like that after 10 p.m. So we'll adhere with the noise ordinances downtown. It's a business district. We've got 49 State Brewing Company a half a block away with a giant deck 10 times the size of ours. We've got Slippery Salmon 2 blocks the other direction with a giant deck outside.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Weddleton, did you have any further questions? We have Mr. Constant in the queue.
Because it says here, alcohol service on the deck is permitted 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. That's not closing early.
Well, that's just the legal time frame in which you can serve. But the noise ordinance is 10 p.m. So there's no outside. You can't create a bunch of noise outside in the city of Anchorage after 10 p.m. So I mean, I don't care. We can amend that if you guys want to. I don't care. I just want to be able to serve beer and be able to eat on a deck downtown like everybody else gets to. Willowa gets to. Every other restaurant downtown. I mean, heck, the Hot Quarter Grill gets to serve beer and alcohol out on the sidewalk. I just want to be able to do the same thing. I run a respectful business, and I'm not going to have any problems with the neighbors.
Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Weddleton?
You got some tough neighbors there, and I'm looking at this and going, I don't see anything different. I mean, Mr. Constant may have something to say.
I can speak to it.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The applicant has been reviewed by the Alcohol and Marijuana Committee. The Downtown Community Council, they came with no objections.
And actually, we're not yet in debate.
Oh, yeah,
Did you have a question?
So what has been your outreach to the folks at the building that you're abutting and also the community council?
Well, I've kind of buddied up with Russ. Russ was the guy next door that had a lot of the issues. Russ comes in and eats all the time. We communicate. If there is an issue, sometimes, if there is ever any kind of issue, we always talk about it and figure it out. We haven't had any issues whatsoever. I just run it like I do the rest of my businesses, and we're not a loud bar. We're a restaurant. If you look at that, it's a restaurant designation permit. So we've changed that from a bar to a restaurant. It's going to improve the corner rather than take it downhill. I think it's an asset to that corner, and it's going to make it a better part of the downtown community.
Thank you, sir. Any further questions, Mr. Constant? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Yeah, just to get back to the general point I would make is that the outreach has been done that hadn't been done in the past by other operators, and that the group that makes very close scrutiny of these applications is well versed on the problems that existed there before, and they raised no objections to this, and so I would defer to their judgment because they are on the ball.
Mr. Weddleton.
And this is no reflection on the applicant. I'm sure my familiarity with your operations are beautiful. This is, we do have two comments here from the neighbors, and they go, here we go again, because you have people drinking, and when people drink, they clink their plates and clink their glasses, and that drives certain people crazy, and they live right there. I mean, they're right next to that deck. I don't see how that's avoidable. I mean, it's already, well, but that's not fair to tell someone who has a residence there that you have to do that to accommodate people who are drinking. You sound very confident, but I'm going, this is more of the same, because it was a sandwich shop with some super nice people, and it went disaster.
It was a late-night bar nightclub. And
this is till 2:30 or 2 a.m.
But nightclub, though.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Yeah. Just the other thing to contemplate is that this is a by right use, this location. It's been a bar for 40 years, 50 years, much longer than anyone has been a tenant in that building. And there are many concerns by operators in the downtown as they see movement to develop new condo developments in the downtown, that there's a threat of businesses being pushed out by new uses coming in. And this is a good faith applicant who has done the work that we ask of any applicant to do. And while there is risk because you are nearby people who have figured out how to actively organize, they have generally as a group not organized to protest this, even knowing that it was coming, because you did get some sporadic commentary. And so I just say that the evidence weighs toward letting this go forward, and if we have problems, we'll come back.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you still on the line? Okay. Members may proceed to vote. This motion passes 9-0. We are now back to item 14H, ordinance number AO 2019-106, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly prescribing rule and procedures for the operation and management of a stormwater utility to guide the planning, development, and implementation of a new Anchorage stormwater utility. Assembly Member Weddleton and Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance. Public hearing on this item has been closed, and we do have an S version as well. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of October 22nd.
Second. Discussion. Mr. Constant?
We're hours and hours into this debate, and we are 15 minutes to being barred from having a discussion, and we're minus at least 2 members, and it's not a good time to make deep dive deliberations. I say move to postpone.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
You know, I support the postponement, not quite for those reasons, because if it's too late to make wise decisions, we just spent $1.5 million on something that's something. So, saying that, but I think since we've gotten some good news that I was mistaken and it is not the entire municipality, but just the Anchorage Bowl, these can be revised and we'll get some S1s out there.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Ms. Zelatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support postponement because I think we've taken action that this may have to go before the commission before it comes back before us now, and I want a chance for legal counsel to weigh in on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question about the date. We're postponing till the 22nd. Why not the 8th?
Correct.
Why not the 8th?
We have a very full agenda on October 8th.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Who seconded the motion to postpone? Ms. Zalatil? Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Motion to postpone? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you back online? Okay, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone to the meeting of October 22nd. The motion to postpone this item passes 9-0. We now have before us item 14I, resolution number AR 2019-318, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly requiring a rate study for the Anchorage Stormwater Utility prior to other plans and reports in Phase 2 of the SWU formation plans pursuant to the January 2019 SWU report. Assembly Member Weddleton and Assembly Vice Chair LaFrance. Public hearing on this item has been closed, and there is an S version before us. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone to October 22nd.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Weddleton.
I think this, and I'll speak to it if we can get to it, but I do not support the postponement. We should deal with it today. It has minimal, if any, support from my colleagues. Any postponement makes it a moot point. If we postpone it 2 weeks, tomorrow morning they're going to approve the RFP that goes ahead and does a full-blown study backwards. And then we come up with this. They're not going to turn the project around. I mean, let's vote on it, vote it down tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Any further discussion?
Would you,
Mr.
will the maker of
Dunbar?
the motion be open to amending it to be postponed indefinitely?
Sure.
Okay.
And the seconder of that motion?
Who was the seconder?
It was either you or Mr. Peterson.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Dunbar.
Then yes, I changed it to postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton, on the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Oh, no, I oppose. It's my opportunity to speak on that. Okay. We're doing this backwards. And I've made that statement before, and it didn't carry any weight. But on Thursday, we had a very, very important meeting, and that was regarding the port. And our port consultant presented, and they told us something extremely important. It was their priority point. When you read that study from Ascent on the Port of Anchorage, the main message, build to your budget. He said it's a fundamental change from what you've been doing. What we did with the port is we designed an unrestrained project. And then we went back and said, here's what it's going to cost you, folks. And you know what happened. It fell apart. Our consultant, their good consultant, said, build to your budget. And it's not just for the port. They presented that as a universal business principle. Our consultant said, that's how we did the Denina. We figured out how much we thought we could raise, and that was the budget for Denina, and it's been very successful. In your life, you got pre-qualified before you went to buy the house. You didn't pick the house you wanted and then go try to get the loan. You kind of bought your beginner house. Wasn't your dream house, but that's what you could afford. Build to your budget. Don't build what you want. This is a quote. I wrote it down as he spoke. I should have done that with Mr. Constantino or Curteno. Build to your budget. Don't build to what you want. Build to what you can afford. Build a realistic plan of finance. How much money can we raise? He said it's a fundamental shift from what we've been doing now in regards to the port. We did the port backwards. It blew up in our face. We don't have to do this one backwards. We can say, look, describe how you're going to raise the money. And we heard it's very important to people. How are you going to treat the Diamond Center? How are you going to treat Providence? How are you going to treat the large lots on the hillside? That's a rate structure study for stormwater utility. It's in the stormwater utility report. They outline a few ways of doing it. We should present how we're going to do it, and then you say, okay, what's the stomach for people to pay? And that's hard. I mean, you know, Mr. Dyson said, how many feathers can you get with the least honking? Okay, but you can figure it out, and we can bracket it because we know it's at least 10 million. It could be up to 40 million a year, and you just multiply through that rate structure, and you see how much honking you get, and you find that sweet spot. But we need to do that, figure out how much we can raise, and then go design it, because if we design it first, we're going to design an incredible storm utility. It'll be amazing, just like that port. But we won't be able to afford it, and we'll have to value engineer. We'll have to back up. I don't think we should make that same mistake again. But so I'm a no vote on postponing indefinitely, because we should deal with it. But anyway, that's my case. Here we go again.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Dunbar.
Thank you. I'll make a statement and then I'll ask the administration to speak to this. My understanding from what was told to us at the last work session was that if we passed this and did this sort of preemptive rate study, that we would basically burn this money, then do the research in the 1.5 million, and then do another rate study. Because at this point, we do not have the data necessary to do a rate study that would take us through. So my question to you is, one, did I mishear you? And two, are you going to do in this process, this 1.5 million, what Mr. Weddleton is asking? Because he does make a really good point. What he said about the port is true. When they designed the port the first time around, it was under the assumption that someone else was paying for it. This time, we know no one else is paying for this utility, right? And that's something that's fundamentally different than the port process. We know going into this, this is going to be us. This is going to be us as ratepayers. So I do want your assurance and maybe perhaps your description of 14G and its provisions that that is the approach we're going to take. That we understand there are different levels of service, but that we can only afford so much, and that needs to be part of the research you're going to do. So take it away, Mr. Bockenstadt.
Jason Bockenstadt, through the chair. Mr. Dunbar, yes, you are correct in your first question that if we did this rate study and then went through and did the full all the other research and everything that we needed to do to submit an application to the RCA, we would have to do a subsequent rate study. The RCA would not view the first rate study that we did as sufficient to get their approval. Your second question is, yes, I think what we will present to you is not just here is what it's going to cost. What we will present to you is multiple service levels that have different rates for each of those. So you, the Assembly, will get to decide in 6 months, whenever we have it ready, to say, this one up here, yes, to Mr. Weddleton's point, is way too expensive. We can't afford that. But this level of service, that's more acceptable. We can do that, and that's going to get us to where we want to go. It may take a little bit longer, but at least everyone is agreeable that we can afford this.
Thank you, Mr. Bockenstadt. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I want to vote down the idea of postponing this for the very reasons that Mr. Weddleton so eloquently spoke to. But this was one of the things that the public was really asking us to do first. I mean, this is the one thing I've been hearing over and over again is tell me what it's going to cost. And if we were to vote this in or vote down the motion to postpone indefinitely and then just vote on this, I think we'll still have something that's usable and can help us move forward in a way that helps build the public trust in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So I heard the same quote, and I thought of it in the same way when the consultants for the port project said build to the budget. And I thought long and hard about the similarities because I saw them and also the differences. And the differences are important to consider. In that project, we know what we need to build in the general sense. In fact, we've spent hundreds of millions of dollars really getting to the point where we know exactly what we need. We just don't know exactly the way we're going to get there. And so we have in that project a very solid baseline of information upon which we can determine through various areas of study and contemplation, deliberation, what we can afford. We know what our bottom line for seismic is, really. We're narrowing that down to one specific bandwidth. And so what I see this $1.5 million we appropriated in this process is getting us close to the point where we know what we need so that we can apply the question, what can we afford? And so all of that is part and parcel of this implementation of the master planning process. So to me, I heard the same thing, I just came to a somewhat different conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Any further discussion on this item to postpone indefinitely? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, are you on the line? Okay, members may proceed to vote.
Madam Chair?
Oh, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Is the motion to postpone indefinitely?
Yes, the motion is to postpone item 14I indefinitely. How do you vote?
Oh, yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. The vote is 4 to 5, so the motion fails. Okay. Okay. Would you like to make that announcement? The clerk has an announcement.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that the Assembly will have a special meeting on Friday, October 4th, beginning at 9:30 a.m., and the meeting most likely will be in Assembly Conference Room 155. And we don't have an end time, so we'll just go until you're done with your business for that day.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
I'd move to postpone till, what was that date again? 9.
Before we do that,
Mr. Constant?
I just wanted to take a moment to thank you, Ms. LaFrance, as chair for this meeting that was really
1 minute.
amazing.
I need to move to postpone to this Friday, 9 a.m.
Mr. Weddleton?
Special meeting.
Next
Thank
Friday.
you, Mr.
Next
Constant.
Friday. Oh, next Friday? I mean, the RFP will be approved. They're going to start work tomorrow morning at 10, after it's approved at 7, and this will be moot. I mean, it's like, I don't know. I guess we can do it. We'll just vote it down then.
Is there a motion on the floor?
Yeah, motion to postpone it to that date.
What?
Special meeting.
What item?
Item
You know, I just
14I.
motion to postpone to October 8th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Quick discussion. Okay. Seeing no discussion, we'll proceed to vote on postponing item 14I to the meeting of October 8. Is that correct?
We already did this one.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, did you say October 8th? I thought it was October 4th this morning.
October 8.
Okay, at the regular meeting.
Yeah, regular meeting.
Okay, in any case, I'm a yes, but I wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
How do you vote, Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Members may proceed to vote.
Just watching the clock. I don't know about taking this action at midnight.
Okay. Okay. This motion passes 9-1.
We're adjourned.
Item 14I has been postponed to the meeting of October 8. And it is now midnight. So we can't do anything. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you. That was crazy. Well,